Alrighty then. So, everything ready, set. Alrighty. Welcome back, humble adventurers, to the Call of Nordred campaign. As we left off, all of you had headed down to the catacombs with Rokon being your guide. You were all divided and went on your separate tasks. Hiko being knocked out, and the rest of you facing quite the number of skeletal foes. After defeating them swiftly, and then acquiring the anti-magic sphere, you then were able to cave in the entrances to the city from the outer entrance of the well. After scouting up top and realizing carnage had occurred, you all decided to return underground through the catacombs back into the city. From there, you unfortunately witnessed quite a bit of the aftermath, including but not limited to Miss Nogari in her quite injured state, and Braun. And Braun, who was also heavily injured and both were being catered to by the local priests who were healing them up, while you all chose to enter the security office, and after that you met up with Angus. You informed Angus of the fact that Khan knows Infernal. All that went down south, and he headed off on his own after ripping off his ear to also remove the rune that was binding him in contact with the Khan. And that is where we left off. Alrighty, so here you guys are in the security office cells, currently supervising the mage who you have up. What would you guys like to do?
Well, I'd like to kill him, but that'd be kind of counterproductive.
Hey, that's my goal.
At least you all have similar goals.
Our goal.
Oh no. This is our campaign now, Conrad.
Soviets invading D&D stuff. So, you guys were last one to the mage to return. So, you guys want to do anything from chat, discuss anything out as a party?
We should probably speak with Lady Ruga before we leave.
Or whoever's
Yes.
in command, if she's around, we need to find out who the hell is in command.
We need to get our bearings.
Not just that, we probably should have the contracts that we have figured out between Commander Braun and Lady Ruga. If we are going to continue to be employed by their services, even if we do continue to travel further north, or to stay and help defend the town at the time being, we need to have revised contracts so that myself and Landrin do not suffer adverse effects due to the contracts that we are currently under.
I think we've rather comprehensively settled that matter. Also, we did wish to see if we might continue traveling with our merchant friends.
So after a few moments of you all sitting there discussing what to do next, what you guys want to do next, you then see Carlos run in, this time accompanied by a young mage. Another younger lad. He's got his cloak on, got a staff. Looks fairly new to the job, so we're talking he's around 16, 17 years old at the oldest.
Another mage.
This the best. This the best you could find.
I'm afraid he's the only one who's available. He was just standing around while everyone else was getting repairs done. I'm sorry, it's the best I could do. But he does know runes, so you can set up anti-magic runes in this one. If you'd like, I gotta go. Carlos runs out. And as he does, the young mage kind of reaches out his hand like, I don't know what to do. He looks back at the rest of you. Hi?
Hello. My name is Professor Landrum. These are my associates, Decoria, Belisarius, and Kiko.
I got a problem. Can you get rid of this? He was going to point to the mark.
He goes from this like nervous, like frightful look on his face to all of a sudden a piercing, more inquisitive look. You definitely engage his interest. Master Swords, these are incredibly strong skills. But this
Yes,
one
yes, yes.
This one was very lazily applied. The magic's very loose. How old is the rune?
Not, I hope not that long.
And he's
Not that old.
poking at it.
Few hours the most.
Yeah.
Oh, a few hours, you're in luck. The younger the rune, the easier it is to remove. Think of it as kind of like a scar. It's
Skip
precious.
the explanation. Just fix it.
Yes, yes, yes.
But I was enjoying his explanation.
So, he takes a deep
Listen,
breath.
Probably going to be one of those times where we did wish to get the information and then we didn't get it.
Claps his hands together. Alright, hold still.
Uh-huh.
He starts to draw in midair. And where he basically rotates his fingertip, a sort of light trail kind of comes out, writing these runic symbols, akin to Dwarvish. And he starts to write them in an almost perfect circle, and then puts his hand in the center of the circle and begins to say, and places the palm of his hand on your forehead where the symbol is. And briefly, you feel a sharp shock. Think of it like an electrical shock. Very brief. But you don't feel any lasting pain. It's more like someone ripped off some duct tape on your skin.
Ouch. Thank you. Now you can go about your wizard mumbo jumbo. I just didn't want to waste time.
Before you do, and you notice the mark is on his palm now, I need a moment. And he lifts it up, puts his two index fingers up to his nose and to the bridge of his forehead, and you see a very bright purple flame ignite where the palm of his hand is. And for a brief moment, you almost smell like burning skin.
Ooh.
Then he closes his hand, opens it, and the symbol is completely gone. I always hate removing those kind of things. Do you feel any lasting effects? That was the second time I performed the removal ritual.
Kiku's gonna fill where the room was. Anything?
Nope. As far as you can feel, it's just feathers, and underneath the feathers, it's smooth skin.
Ritual?
Nope.
That didn't even take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Well, I call it one. It's definitely a process. The more practice at it, the faster you can be, actually. When I first learned it, it took me hours. You must have seen it. It took me 4 or 5 hours just to remove a simple tongue-tying rune. That poor man's tongue, though. Afterwards, I think I accidentally scraped it with the smell. But it's a good practice to have. Who's this? He sees the mage that you guys currently have cuffed in the back of the cell.
He's
Prisoner
a very bad
in the
man.
catacombs.
He's the enemy. He's also under our care.
I see. So by
He's just gonna
so by
attack us at
care,
the mage.
okay.
The side up. The side up, not the
I
you're talking to.
I see. Do you need my help with him as well?
He's a mage, so we need some anti-magic runes to keep him in there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, how long do you have? That does take longer to establish than removing one.
Also, did we get his amulet from him?
Well, now Kiko is. Kiko's gonna take the anti-magic amulet.
Alright. So you take the red triangular amulet from him.
Yep.
See the look on his face go very stern, like, great.
I have a cunning plan.
Alright. I'll start establishing the new runes, shall I? So he steps up and starts on one corner of the cell, doing that same mid-air light draw, but this time it's more like a direct illustration as opposed to a circular sphere. Alright, so that's going to take him several minutes. You guys do anything while he's setting those up?
Yes, Belisarius, I have a cunning plan.
Do tell.
Strike him over the head until he's unconscious, as to ensure there are no escape attempts during this window.
I look over at the mage. Is that going to be necessary? Magic meat bag.
Oh, you're talking about the little kid, right?
Oh, who?
Who are you
No,
talking
we're-
to? specifically?
We're saying, let's beat this half-elf over the head until he's unconscious, as to ensure he does not
Prisoner.
try anything.
Alright, and Belisarius, you were asking who?
I turn to the prisoner
Okay,
because
to the prisoner.
can he overhear us?
He can. You guys are all within a 5-foot radius of each other.
Okay, so basically he overhears this cunning plan of his, and I turns this, is this going to be necessary, meat bag?
Not at all. Like I said, I'm willing to cooperate. I have no interest and no loyalty to the Khan. I would like to get my name cleared as fast as possible, and with as minimal damage to myself. So, if you could avoid that, I'd kindly ask that you, not.
Very well. To ensure that we don't have to, I'd like you to stand with your hands on your head facing the corner while this young man does the anti-magic runes.
Alright, his hands are still bound, so...
Oh well.
Okay, so...
Stand
I
in
would
the-
like to. Oh no, go ahead.
So stand in the corner, looking away, facing the corner.
Are you putting him in the corner of shame?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, so... he stands up
I
and
would like
goes
to
to the corner.
observe the casting of the runes to see if I can understand the intrinsic value of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should probably ask the mage to tell us what he was gonna tell us about the runes.
Hold on. I have a way to work with this. Okay. Alright, so you see him casting the runes, and in the first corner of the room, the first rune he casts is that symbol. Although I'm writing it this way, so I'll show you guys it the correct direction. In the other corner, it's and in this corner.
The lantern, you were writing these down.
And in this corner.
I will take a screenshot of this and put it in the notes.
And as he casts each one, you can tell it's quite a bit of strenuous focus. He's very much, 100% of his attention and focus is on casting these. These are very much this is very much a concentration enchantment. And after about 10-15 minutes or so, he finally finishes casting the fourth, and for a brief second, these walls appear. You see a kind of a translucent, almost prismatic colored glass forms appear on from the floor to the walls to even the window. Everything just gets covered in a cube, and then it all dissipates. But you can also sense that you guys feel almost like hollow in this room. Like all of a sudden, it's kind of like that feeling, like even when you're out in the middle of the sunlight, you feel like no warmth, you feel like no light actually touching you, you feel kind of devoid of anything. It's kind of like that.
Ooh. Full raid time.
I hope that's satisfactory.
It is, thank you.
Now, these enchantments last quite a long time, so I'll have to make sure the captain of the guard knows that this is now our anti-magic cell. Oh, I feel sick. He kind of like leans forward. Oh. And you can see kind of a Sewell kind of lean forward, and he's kind of fallen to his knees a little bit. And Landrin, roll me wisdom saving. Alright, what'd you get?
20. Soft 20.
Soft 20. Alright, so you pass. So, you, once that cube, all those walls dissipated, you feel this, like, sudden, like gravity increased twice. You feel very heavy at the moment, and you also feel the magical equivalent of dehydrated. You feel like there's no mana to call upon at the moment. And even if you tried, you really couldn't conjure up any of the spells you typically have prepared in your mind as well as in your book. You feel hollow right now. But you take no damage. Soul, on the other hand, took 5. Oh, wait, hold on, it's halved. Sorry, 2 points of damage. Alright, so he takes 2 points of damage. How many HP did he have left?
Not much. I think he had 1.
Yeah, he only
Why
had.
would you punch this guy? I'm sorry. I had to go do something real quick.
He's not being punched, it's the effect of the anti-magic runes. He failed his wisdom check. I'm gonna say he's unconscious, he's not dead. Alright, so he's now face against the wall, unconscious. Actually, I didn't roll for con. Well, what did he get?
Can I pickpocket a hand grenade into him? Into his file, into his inventory?
If you really wanted to. Rokon passes.
Yeah, the funny thing about a barrel of black powder is that it's not magical.
Who and Jacoria, you were currently holding the pendant, or was that Kiko who grabbed that?
I
was
have
Kiko.
the pendant.
Okay, you don't have any magic anyway, so you'll be fine.
It literally does not affect me. I
So
don't think it
do I
helps magic.
do I require to use one, or does my pack magic work differently?
I'd say your packed magic works differently. The source of the magic isn't you directly, necessarily. It is
Okay.
from you, but it's amplified and...
It's gifted upon me
It-
by
it's-
my bangle.
Yeah,
essentially.
it's essentially you're not the original source, you're a conduit, so you're safe. So you do not have to roll that safety.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right here. Okay, so that's everybody uses magic, right? Yeah, because Kiko and Belstarius, you guys don't use magic. Use magical items. Belstarius,
Yeah, it's artifice. I do use magic for like spells and stuff, but in terms of my everything I do, it's more like infused magic stuff, I guess.
I'll say you don't have to roll, but you also feel kind of heavier than usual. Alright. So the mage kind of takes one step out of the cell. Okay, I feel better. You all might want to leave the cell so we can close it. It's looking like your captive there is not exactly up to interrogation at the moment.
He'll be fine.
If you say so. I'm gonna go see if I can help out with the rest of the city. I'm not very good at repair magic, but... do you need me for anything else before I go?
Do you know who is currently in command right now? Like, whether or not Lady Ruka is still around?
That would be Guard Sasha. She's normally on second shift for patrols amongst the rangers, but given the siege and everything, all her rangers, including herself, are all running around, and, well, Commander Braun and the other commander are both out of commission at the moment.
Do you know where she is?
Sasha? Well, currently she's by the mansion trying to find Lady Ruga.
Oh. Oh no.
Yeah. I beat feet towards the mansion. Come on, guys! Come on! Come on!
Alright, so you guys run past him? Alrighty.
Did he have anything else to say?
Well,
Like, while the other
he's
ones
a
are
bit
going-
flabbergasted, but as you guys are running past him, but he doesn't look like he was trying to say anything specific.
All right.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, we should have been doing that earlier. Let's go.
All right, so you all are heading to the mansion. No disagreements, and it says directly to the mansion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me grab the sheet. Alright, so you guys travel through the city, all running, sprinting. People are still dousing out old fires, last bit of fires. Quite a bit of mages are doing massive group repair enchantments, as you see like stones and rocks slowly click back into place. Old mortar wax is starting to reform in between the creases of stone bricks. You see all this going on as you run through. And once you get into the front gate of the mansion, you see a small battalion of local guards and rangers out front, all kind of in a crowd. They're not very organized at the moment, with the exception of 4 of them who are actually in front of the wrought iron gate, who are all in guarded positions with shields up, preventing anybody from entering the local lord's abode. But the rest seem to be in a more disorganized crowd, all waiting for instruction from Sasha or somebody else higher up for their final duties. Alright, so you guys still trying to sprint through the crowd, or what you guys gonna do?
I'm gonna... Ooh, this is a good question. Landrin, you have the contract with Lady Ruga, correct?
I do.
I have the contract with Captain Braun. I believe we should have these available for when we make it to the front gates, so that we can get our way in and potentially get an audience with Captain Sasha for the time being.
Landrin will hold up his little palm with the markings on it.
Alright. And as you do, you
and
guys...
I'll pull out my actual paper contract, because I'm old school.
Alright.
Yeah.
So, in your case, Landrin, as you hold up your palm, you notice that the runes, now that you're actually focusing and thinking of them from your mind, which, by the way, since all of you have left the cell, that hollow, heavy feeling has been alleviated completely. You see that the runes are now glowing green, and almost kind of pulsating. It's not like a necrotic green. Think of it more like a white green, like a really bright green.
A quest completed green, if you will.
Perhaps.
Nice.
But at what cost?
Everything.
Alright, so you all gonna try and make your way through the crowd, or?
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta make it to the mansion to make it to the mansion. Like...
Alrighty. So you guys kind of sift your way through, move your way through, and the guards that, you push past are all kind of giving you guys weird looks and confusion. But they're not stopping you, because they don't know exactly if you guys are part of the guard, you guys have been somebody else. Some of them also recognize you of having been there before, and having talked to Commander Braun. So, as you get to the front, one of the 4 fairly well-plate armored guards sees you, and you guys recognize him as one of the others that you have met at the security office, but right before you guys left for your journey. I see you've all arrived. Let them through.
Indeed.
And all 4 of them kind of part open and let you guys through.
Hey, that's right. We're big and bad. Yeah.
Right. So you
Hired
guys
mercenaries. Yeah.
officially contracted mercenaries. It's a great position. Apply today. Alright, so you guys then head up to the mansion, and the wall that was blown out from your grenade blast previously is still blasted open, and the front door is open currently as well, with the maid and several other servants all running around, kind of doing different things. Alright, let me make sure I find your miniatures. I stack them. Ah! This is why you don't balance with your knee.
We should probably ask them where the Lady Luga is.
Okay. Wait, where's my other rogue one? There you are. You got buried. Alright. Alright, so you guys walk into the mansion, and there is the maid out front is the same one that you guys remember from that night. The older, the plump, shorter, older maid woman. Oh, it's all of you again. Have you guys seen?
Landrin, sorry.
Have any of you seen Lady Ruga? Braun?
Ron is out and about. Damn it, Furious. We're not calling ourselves that. Anyway, it's good to see you on your feet again. Captain Braun is currently recovering near the gates. We were here hoping to find Lady Ruga. One moment. Landrin is going to put a little... Landrin is going to do the instant transmission pose and cast... 25 words. I was saving this for a special occasion, but for a special someone, but hey, I guess I'm using it elsewhere. So Landrin casts Sending. I get to send 25 words or less to a creature I am familiar with. The creature hears the message in its mind, recognizes you as the sender, and if it knows you, and can answer in a like manner immediately. The spell enables a creature with intelligence scores of at least 1 to understand the meaning of your message. You can send the message across any distance and even to other planes of existence. But if the target is on a different plane than you, there's a 5% chance that the message doesn't arrive.
Okay.
So let me type out 25 words. Let me try and word this in 25 words or less. Okay, let's see here.
I assume this is a message to Lady Ruga.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on.
Ooh, that was a good choice of spells.
I love Sending. It's one of my favorite spells ever.
Okay.
Personally, I would homebrew it so that if you upcast it, you get an additional like 5 or so words per spell level. But it's a utility spell. Evocation rocks, as I was saying.
So you're responding in a written way, correct? Or is it just 25 words that you're able to translate to
I'm
them?
just typing it out so I can count out the number
Okay.
of words.
So if she thinks something, she can respond, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there rules about them being unconscious?
That's concerning. Let me check. If it knows, that's up to you, Chief.
Okay.
That's concerning.
Isn't
But
it?
it also tells us something.
Right now. Alright, finish typing it up.
Yeah, we probably need to check Lady Ruga's office, actually. Is what we need to do. Because if you don't know where she is, we might not know where she is. And that's a problem. I was like,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. Alrighty, the message she gets is, "My lady, we have secured the town and seen to the catacombs. We're hoping to regroup with you for further planning."
Alright. Okay. Let me double check my notes before I respond. Okay. So, you hear in your mind, Landrin, in response, the voice of Lady Ruga simply responding as in, "I'm sorry, I cannot regroup with you. I have been taken captive. I do not know where I am. I cannot see. I can only hear the horses trotting on the road. help.
Knew it. Landron goes out of instant transmission pose. She's been kidnapped.
And as you say that, you hear from behind you, "Who's been kidnapped?"
Landron will turn to see who's talking.
Turning, you see a woman in a full ranger getup, full cloak, and the symbol of the village. And you can easily ascertain that this is the Sasha you were told about. And she's looking rather disheveled.
Commander Sasha, I have been in magical contact with Lady Ruga. She, to make a very long story short, she's been she's been taken captive. All she can hear is the horses trot along the road. She's been robbed of her other senses. We should probably hurry along any and all roads out of town to try and catch up with her kidnappers.
Roll me persuasion with advantage.
This is one of the few things I'm actually kind of okay. 19.
All right.
Oh yeah, buddy.
So, at first she's kind of taken aback because she hasn't met you guys, but she's taken aback briefly. But understanding the sincerity of your words and that the fact that the other guards let you through, giving you some veracity, and while you're waving your arms around, she can kind of see that contractual symbol that's glowing green around your hand. So she kind of like takes all this information, calculates it together, the likelihood of you being truthful, and responds, "Very well, I'll have to learn your names later." And with a very strong, bellowing voice that you wouldn't expect from a young lady like this, hey, "Alright, you scallywags, everybody get together immediately, now! I want search parties out from the north gate and the south gate, now!" "But my lady, what if we're under attack again? We don't have time for this. Lady Ruga is of this village, and we have to protect her at all costs. Without her, we lose any kind of word amongst the Council of Geist. On top of it, we can't even really tell anyone else. Okay, listen, we need to spit out now. All town guard are to stay in and to stay vigilant. Protect the villagers at all costs. Is that understood?" "Yes, ma'am." Darwin. You see a taller ranger come forth. He's got a pretty thick, bushy mustache. "Yes, ma'am." "I want you to go through the north gate. Head straight to Northholm. Is that understood? And along the road, look every single crevice, every single destination. Abandoned village, abandoned lumber mill, hell, even known cave systems, I want them searched. Is that understood?" "Yes, ma'am." "How many can I take?" "No more than 4, I'm afraid. It'll have to do." "Yes, ma'am." Hey, Nawin. This time a more short, portly man, but certainly fit, just a little bit more rotund. "Yes, ma'am." "I'm gonna have to have you go back south." "But that's where the army came from." "Exactly. I'm gonna be sending you with a much larger force. 20 men. 20 rangers in total, including yourself. If you can find Lady Ruga, bring her back safely. If you cannot, return home immediately. Is that understood?" "Yes, ma'am." "I understand." "But what about the coastal village?" "It's probably taken. They came from that direction. How else could they have gotten artillery through here?" "Like I said." And she walks forward, puts her hand on the shorter man's shoulder. "If you can find her, bring her back. But if you and your men are at risk of being slaughtered, return immediately." "Understood." And he turns to the group. "I need 20 volunteers, now!" And the same goes from the previous man, who also turns and says, "I need volunteers." And a bunch of rangers step forward, all varying heights, ages, and equipment.
Oh, crap.
So, they kind of gather up their groups, and the smaller 5-man group immediately begin sprinting outside the mansion's bounds and are starting to head north to Northholm. The larger group are also immediately heading out. And Sasha turns back to the rest of you. "I want to thank all of you for whatever service you have done for Lady Ruga. I can tell from that contractual symbol on you, young one," she points to you, Landron, "that you've probably done her a great service. And I wish I could finish up the contract. Is there a secondary signer or confidant she included in the contract?"
There was Commander Braun that we have a separate contract with, but that separate contract was binding contingent upon the contract that our good friend Landrin had here with Lady Ruga.
Hello.
He more than likely can finish off both your contracts then. He's currently been taken to our medical facility. If you guys would all like to head to the inn until he is better, he can finish up your contract.
This is the question of, do we prioritize the speed of the search to try and assist, or do we take the time to recover our strength to be able to assure victory should we find her? Corey, I trust
coastal
your
town
judgment.
to
What
the
do you
south.
think?
The coastal town to the south, Commander Sasha. How long is travel to there?
I'm assuming that's where you all came from when you came here. What did you come from,
2
Northolm?
days travel. No, we did come from the south. So the concerns that we have is that we came in with a traveling band of merchants. We were a hired guard. Things have happened considerably to put us in the position that we're in now. But the concern would be is that if the army had come from the south, chances are that is the direction that Lady Ruga is being taken. And I don't know if I speak for the rest of the party, but I believe Sir Landrin here was making reference and was attempting to allude to, do we rest? Because we have had quite a few number of days. Or do we consider helping again in pursuit of Lady Ruga? She has made a considerable offer for us on our contracts, and we believe probably if we continue with this help, our payout would be greater.
Okay. So, are you okay, so just a double check whether this should be a persuasion roll or not. Are you asking her if you can join the southern moving party of rangers?
No, this was purely speculative conversation.
Okay.
Because I don't want to make the decision for the rest of the party without having a party talk. But
Okay.
I kind of use this as both the opportunity to say what I want to say to the party and to address Commander Sasha at the same time with the potential of offering assistance.
Okay. So Sasha kind of folds her arms and closes her eyes, moving her head to the side briefly, kind of thinking things over. Well, I'm in no place to guarantee anything, but I would certainly be on your side in any kind of negotiation with Lady Ruga and Commander Braun of increasing your pay with whatever task you were given before. I'd be all too glad to speak on your behalf on that one. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure my party that I sent can handle most situations. My rangers don't look it all the time, but they're some of the best trained fighters in all the land. And are very good at stealth at the very least.
This situation continues to grow ever more complex.
The question being, do we wait for word back from the southbound party and then act, or join them, even though we're already tired and a lot of spell slots used up from the previous adventure?
Honestly, if we followed them, how long is the port? How long travel is it to the southbound port?
You're asking Sasha, correct? Or is she just asking meta knowledge?
Either or.
Alright, from your own journey through the first third of it, each of you walked on foot roughly, and then you met up with the caravan, which was another 2 days travel. So if you're going by caravan, you could probably do it in 2.5 days. If you're rushing on horseback, you could probably do it in a day and a half. And if you're on foot, it's a 3-day journey.
if we were to secure horses, or if we rode on the backs of the horses of the rangers, presuming they have any, we, even if we went full speed, we'd still stop beforehand for a rest, unless we caught up with the kidnappers directly if they're using that road. If they're using a road. It's the question of, is she being taken? She could be taken to the Snake's mansion. She could be taken to the port. She might even be taken directly to the freaking capital. Like, we don't know. That's the really annoying thing. There's multiple choices, and it's very low odds we go the quote unquote right way. Guys, hello.
I do agree. However, if the snake is involved, it would most likely be to the south, because he would want to capture her, interrogate her, and then flaunt her to Nordred on his own, opposed to having her taken there separately. That's, again, merely speculative, but that's what I believe.
How much are horses?
Question. Would Pico know because of their criminal background? What they would usually do with captured slaves, or just
You can
like,
speak
say,
to what
political opponents?
you could speak to what your brand of criminal would do. However, this is not exactly just a criminal force. This isn't like just like a mafia or a gang. This is a rebellious force that is definitely being supplied by the forces like the Khan, but it's not like a mob. It's not like a gang. This is
like mercenaries.
There are mercenaries, but there are a good chunk of the force that you guys know of is also made up of rebels, people who are opposing the Council of Geist and opposing Rollo.
We can suspect that she would be a political hostage, most likely.
Yeah, but what would
Yeah.
how would political hostages be treated in the Southern Isles? Is what I'm asking.
By criminals, you know that they would be treated fairly poorly. It depends on exactly their usage. If they're being used as a negotiation tactic, if they're as a hostage, they'd be treated roughly. They'd be mistreated heavily if they tried to escape too many times, but generally they're more valuable alive. If the hostage is more of a target for assassination, obviously they just kill them. Or if it's a dead or alive bounty, most criminals choose to kill. It's easier.
Okay, so I guess we can cut the bounty off the table.
I would like to try
let's see.
and inquire about Lord Farian and if he is still in town, without trying to be suspicious.
Alright, you're gonna ask Sasha this?
Yes.
So Sasha hears you ask this, and she goes, "Wait, Lord Farian was here? When?"
Lord Farian has been here for the last 3 days, as far as we know. We encountered him a day and a half ago.
I've heard nothing of this. I only returned to the town an hour before the siege began. My ranger group were scouting out several locations. We'd heard some new goblin tribes were setting up. None of them seem to be true, but rumors
can
do
I
what they do.
insight that?
Sure.
That roll's going to push over any second now. 17.
For as much as you can tell, she's being fair. She's very, very truthful. She seems almost confused by the information you're providing her. But yeah, she seems entirely truthful.
Could I follow up on that and see if I can gauge, like, if she seems trustworthy as far as, like, Commander Braun would trust her?
We'd have to ask Commander Braun, to be honest.
That's, yeah, because the thing is, you haven't known Braun long enough to know exactly that kind of thing. As far as you are concerned, as far as Decoria is concerned, like I said, she seems very truthful. Young, certainly. Inexperienced, somewhat, but definitely more experienced than those around her. But otherwise, she's a straight shooting ranger. And she's currently in a flustered situation where she's been shoved to the head of the pack, so to speak. When before she, at most, probably just led a series of rangers during a specific time of day, kind of like a patrol captain. Now, she's the commander of an entire village's army with no one else to give her instruction.
Okay. This is me, and I would like to provide her with a rundown of the events that have transpired in the last 26 to 36 hours, omitting Angus and omitting the Khan and omitting potential ties that Lord Varian may have to this, but saying that we are aware of someone known as the Snake, and try and push the conversation in that direction to see if he can come up with the connection that Lord Varian is the Snake, and try and gauge her reaction.
Alright, so you tell her the information, omitting what you have, and with your suggestions and mentioning the Snake. After a brief moment on her very inquisitively absorbing everything you have to say, she goes, "The Snake. It couldn't be Lord Varian, but that's odd." She kind of, she's got this look on her face like she's very concerned. Like, gravity just increased for her, like, 3 times. Like, she's a bit overwhelmed. A civil war? Would Varian do this? Don't get me wrong, I know if a man's conniving, he's got a reputation, but he's a businessman. He's... Oh, God. But if he did this, I'll make him pay myself. I've lost some good men during that siege.
Can I insight that? And I suggest everyone else kind of do the same.
Yeah.
Alright, so what are you looking for specifically with your insight?
So I am attempting to ascertain if she is putting on a front with the way she is currently acting, or if she is purely genuine with the reaction of she is shocked and she doesn't know what to do with this new level of information that's just been provided to her.
Okay. Kiko, you said you had a question?
No, Kiko's just going to be like, before you go off on a rampage.
Okay. Decoria's got 18. Is everybody rolling or just Decoria?
I rolled a 14.
I guess I'll go ahead and roll inside as well. 19.
What about a resident kobold?
Landrin is too trusting for insight rolls, and he has a -1 to them.
Ah. Alright, so Kiko and Decoria. So you guys, as far as you guys can tell, she is very flustered at the moment, and definitely too flustered to be able to come up with a lie. This is not a performance, this isn't deception. This is, fuck, I'm the janitor, and all of a sudden, I just found out the CFO is trying to assassinate the CEO. Kind of deal.
Yeah.
I have no fucking clue what to do with this information.
I was like, before she goes on a rampage, Kiko's just gonna like tell her like, calm down, take a breath. Pretty much.
I believe me and my compatriots have to have a conversation as to what we're going to do moving forward. We'll be within earshot, so you'll be able to see us. We're not going too far. But I believe we should probably talk out some of these issues and let you digest some of the information you just received. And then we'll meet back up, and I think we might be able to advise you as to a proper direction that you could take. Does that seem amenable to you?
That sounds fair. Yes. Go ahead. She kind of like sits at the steps of the entrance to the mansion, just kind of absorbing all this. A couple of her men come forward, noticing she looks kind of concerned.
Yeah, so I'm gonna walk like, I don't know, about 30 feet away, just out of earshot.
Okay.
And kind of hope the other guys come and follow with me, and then we can kind of talk this out real quick.
Alright, so you guys move just out of earshot.
So, Landrin, I'm curious as to your opinion on this. She seems to be extremely truthful with what she says. Should we fill her in with the rest of the information that I omitted to potentially get another ally in this and see if we can get a day of respite and then head out and see if we can find Lady Ruga thereafter?
I'm honestly kind of surprised you didn't tell her in the first place. For the most part, anyone Lady Ruga and Braun trust enough with the commander title is someone I trust.
I don't think
that's true.
Her necessarily. This is the position she ended up in.
And that was kind of my concern. Thank you, Kiko. That's what I was trying to get to, because I wasn't sure who truly is trusted and who isn't. And when
It's
we
not an issue of.
with,
I think it's less an issue of trust, because she seems trustworthy, but it's an issue of divulging that information to too many ears, especially to a lower officer. So probably just wait on Commander Braun.
Yeah, this is something that the less people know about, the better. I propose that we probably need to check out what's the hell's the guy's name?
Which?
The guy we were literally just talking about.
Lord Farian? Or...
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I propose that we go check out his residence.
Well, Dangus is taking care of that for us.
Did he say that's where he was going? Because I don't think that's where he said he was going.
He said he was going to go get his daughter back from the snake. His daughter is being held with the snake.
I don't know if our Lord Boy's the snake. Unless
I'd be shocked if he wasn't. And I'm going to kill him anyways.
Well, either way, we should go check his residence, because he's the one who has the connections with the con right now that we know of.
Does he have a residence here, or was he just visiting?
I don't think he was here officially at all. Like, I think he kind of noticed something was wrong, and he just kind of showed up without telling anyone.
He wanted his stuff back from the goblins that he supplied.
So, I'll read this from the notes, but this, pretend I'm in character. So we overheard a conversation between Commander Braun and Lord Farian. Lord Farian claims that there were stolen Magistone, allegedly the same Magistones that Kiko had in his possession. Commander Braun stood his ground and let Farian know that there hadn't been any stolen or contraband of Magistones in their current collection.
like I said, we know that this Lord Farron guy actually has a connection with these guys, but I don't know if he's necessarily the snake.
Well, it's been heavily implied, given the fact that his sigil, his family sigil, is of snakes itself. So, based off of the available information, that is what we had to go on, and that is the conclusion that we came to, and that was also supported by Angus.
See,
Real quick, Decoria. I actually, given your background, would it be okay if me and you hopped into a different call real quick so I let you know something that Decoria would know, being from Nordred?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
It'll be real quick. I don't want to drag it out too long, so we'll just jump in lounge. Everybody else stay here.
Okay.
And chat, I'm gonna mute me, so if anyone's watching the YouTube chat. Alrighty, we're...
It's not even 4.
You're done. Pull up the team, pull up the team, pull up the team, pull up the team.
The team.
The team. The team. Alright, so... Carry on. I just, I still gotta do that full write-up for you, Decoria, but that was something I thought was very important for you to know now.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Elucidate your new understanding, my friend.
I will leave it up to you to inform anybody of anything like that.
Presuming you won't.
If the topic of conversation heads in, so this is out of character. If the topic of conversation continues down the route that it is going, I will divulge a portion of that information that is relevant to the conversation as needed.
Alrighty.
Goodness me, goodness me, goodness me, goodness me. Does anyone want to go check in with Commander Braun to make sure he's alright?
Rely, I would think. But yes, that would probably be our best course of action.
At least see if he's lucid.
Yeah. That's who we need to talk to.
Alrighty. So the whole party's heading to the medical facility.
Yeah, I'll say,
You
We'll
too?
probably tell Commander Sasha we're stepping away.
yeah.
Yeah, so she's in the middle of conversation with one of our other guards. So you go over and you tell her. She nods in approval and simply states, "If he's completely lucid, I'll be visiting by later myself, just to get everything organized. Thank you for all your aid, up to now and in the future, hopefully."
It's not stopping anytime soon, it doesn't look like.
Alright. So you guys all leave the manor grounds and begin making way to the medical facility. So along your way to the medical facility, you guys actually see Nova and Argo, who are currently trying to... they're handing out... They got basically a soup kitchen set up in front of a list of buildings that got hit by artillery that are still being repaired, and some folks are getting some food together and eating together. So you guys just heading right past that, or?
Something real quick before we continue. Who was it that gave me 100 gold for my subclass stuff? Sorry, 100 silver.
Korea?
Okay, because I'm going to give that 100 silver back because my subclass stuff doesn't activate until like level 10, 11. The subclass isn't very good.
Righto. So, Decoria, you take this over back?
Yeah.
Okay. Righto. So, I'm assuming you guys are going right past them, and you guys continue to make your way straight to the hospital. So, going to the merchant...
Landrin would like to say hello and
Oh.
check up on them.
Righto. Just Landrin, or is everybody else also okay with it?
He seemed to develop the most rapport with them, so...
I've developed the most rapport with everyone. On account of not knowing how to shut the hell up.
Alright, hold on. We just lost Decoria. Did you lose connection?
To see him late, the ship was totally empty.
Ah, Decoria's back.
Oh.
You lose connection?
He speaketh not.
Apologies, technical difficulties.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this thing is killing me, man.
Oh, there you go.
Aha! He speaketh.
Right.
I had a I had a Discord update, so it just didn't do anything until it updated.
Gotcha. It does that sometimes. Alright, just in case. So is everybody heading to the medical facility? Or did anyone want to stop and say hi to Nova and Argo?
Aside from that,
Yes.
I mean, like, what's the consensus?
Landrin is the only one who wants to stop so far. Kiko didn't say anything. Belisarius said, Landrin liked them. I didn't.
And then I made a joke about how I don't. Oh, sorry.
I rather like Miss Novery, so I would be all for a brief visit.
This is not Miss Novery. This is Nova, the dragon, the Dragonborn. You guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember that caravan that we came in with at like the start of the campaign?
Yep.
Yeah. Remember those guys? They're here now.
Yeah.
Well, they've
those
been
guys.
in town, but
I mean,
right now they're they're
if
helping
we're
out.
traveling to. True, but if we are going to end up traveling through north to Nordred, we will most likely be traveling with these guys, so it would be intelligent to maintain good relations.
Yeah. That is a good point. I second that. I said we stop at least.
All right.
All right.
Belisarius is so disappointed. We must speak to more
Also,
bags.
Since it's,
Talking with meat bags.
since it appears that things have mostly calmed down in the city.
It's mostly calmed down. A lot of mages are still running around repairing things, but the pure chaos that it was when you guys first popped up is more or less dissipated. Now it's just everybody's focusing on getting buildings repaired, making sure everybody's medically okay, and trying to keep the worry and terror down to a minimum.
Yeah. So now would be a good time to stop and chat with our old caravan members.
Alright. So, like as I said before, they kind of got a couple barrels set up, and they're kind of handing out soup to everybody, and people are making merry as best they can given what just happened. They're trying to keep the mood up. Everybody's talking about as little about the siege as possible, while some are openly gossiping about, like, oh, what could possibly be the cause? Different theories being thrown around, some saying it was rebels, some saying it was a specific other lord that might want to take over the land. Bunch of things are being said left and right, but Nova and Argo specifically are just handing out food at the moment.
Nova will feel a tiny little tug on her pant leg skirt. I'm not sure what she's
It's more of a
wearing.
skirt. It's ankle lengths, all the way down to her ankles. Skirt.
Tug.
Oh, Landrin.
He looks like shit, by the way.
Right, so she's gonna pick you up, just under your hands, kind of like a child. Picks you up and kind of like turns you over and goes, "You're all dirty." And her, just remind everybody, she is a Dragonborn. So.
Indeed, only a portion of this is my blood. Not to worry.
Alright, she's gonna hug you, like bring you in for a hug real tightly, and goes, "I was so worried about you guys. The rumor was that you guys went down to those catacombs."
We did.
She kind of like
There were
yanks you forward.
skeletons everywhere. Most of which were still moving.
She's kind of like looks a little flabbergasted. As best as a Dragonborn can express, she is now very surprised looking.
You know, the funny thing is, the easier battles with the still living. That was actually rather a bit of a pushover.
Oh, okay. Would you like some soup?
Love soup.
She kind of like smiles, especially again, Dragonborn expression. And she sets you down and pumps you out this little bowl of what looks like. It looks more of a. It looks very brothy. It's potato, chicken, and another meat in there.
Yo, tell her about how you infiltrated the enemy while we were busy going the long way.
During that, I would like to sit down, put my hand out for a bowl as well, and then grab my water skin that has been replaced with wine thanks to Landrin, and start passing it around as we're just kind of sitting around talking for a little bit.
All right.
You're welcome.
So fills up a bowl.
Biologicals and your need to eat and all that disgusting masticating you're doing.
All right. Argo fills a bowl for you, Jacoria, and passes it to you.
So, Kiko is gonna spin a little bit of a tale real quick about how Kiko totally never got knocked out, and actually, in fact, almost fit in with the guards. In fact,
Landrin is. No, sorry.
As you finish
Keep
saying
going,
that,
keep going.
Kiko, Rokan says out loud, "What? What kind of bullshit lies are you spreading around, bird boy?
hold up,
You were
hold up.
knocked unconscious."
You Baxter.
Come now,
I would
come
like
now, mentor.
to. I would like to continue this lie and make a deception check to see if I can help convince everybody of this lie.
Alright, roll for deception.
Kiko, Landrin is going to use the help action to assist you.
And I'm
Like,
gonna.
come now,
I'm
mentor.
gonna.
You just don't want to get in the way of a good story like this.
Alright, and
Good
Can I get the
Rokan.
help action on that one?
Yeah, I'm gonna have Rokan roll as well.
All right, 11.
To tell the truth, which is a weird roll. Given his terrible charisma, though. He's got a -7, so. Yeah, he fails.
Do I get an advantage?
So,
or-
Rokan trying to tell the 100% truth sounds like a bullshit lie.
See, the skeleton doesn't even know any better. It doesn't have eyes. It couldn't see what happened.
Yeah.
It turns out that it took a full minute for them to realize that I wasn't even.
And both Argo and Nova are looking at you very surprised, Kiko, like, oh my god.
In fact, it wasn't until the 3 mages they had casted fireballs at me down a minute.
See?
Oh,
and
God.
this is why you hired us.
Indeed. We'll have to keep you on our repertoire of allies.
23 deception.
Alright. So you totally convinced
Landrin
them.
is sketching you out. He's doing a little sketch of your story as you're depicting it in his little wizard spell book in the little notepad section where he sketches stuff out. He's just sketching out several depictions of an incredibly buff bird going around in a little spot, a James Bond style tux, just going around infiltrating.
In fact, they disarmed me at one point, and I had to fight off 10 of them with just my right pinky.
Meanwhile, Rokan is just like, yeah, bother. Alright, so as you guys have this little merriment with Nova and Argo, both of them are very happy to see you guys. Nova is very happy to see all of you guys. Argo then kind of finishes taking a swig out of the wine and hands it back
Here
to
we
you,
go.
Decoria. Says, by the way, have you guys seen Boric? I went to the hospital to check on him. He wasn't there.
Yeah. About that.
We should probably give him the letter he made for Argo.
Was that for Argo?
It was for Argo.
Yeah, so Ballistarius had that.
I will pull it out. Here is your letter.
Did we ever find out what happened to the dwarf?
He's probably in that bag of holding that you don't want to open.
I thought we opened the back holding.
You guys did.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it had a list of names and all the co-conspirators that worked with the con.
Right. And we got to show that to Borth. Not Borth, to Borth. We got to show that to Bear Boy.
Con.
A werebear man. Where? Bear. Where's the bear?
Bear.
So Argo
He's in
reads.
the medical facility.
Argo reads it, and you see him take a deep breath. I take from this that he's dead. You see that he's trying to appear unfazed, but he's certainly upset.
His last moments were spent trying to do the right thing.
If I can, I'd like
And then-
to acquire the body
Like-
so I could send it back to his people. I know his family has a very specific tradition for burying their dead.
I don't think we know where he is, I'm gonna be completely honest.
We don't.
Might be in the bag. Did we empty the bag of holding, or did we just
We
get
did.
specific
Yeah,
things?
yeah,
out
there
of it?
was no body in there because we took that to Miss Novery and she wasn't able to. There was nothing in there.
No body. I see. Then he might still be alive. Did you see him die?
I
We
can
did not.
actually check for that later.
That
Oh.
might actually be true.
You think he's with the kidnappers? They might have taken them both.
Oh, damn it, Lantern.
Kidnappers?
Don't worry about it. It's complicated.
Very great deal about it is important.
I'm afraid I have no choice but to worry about it. For all his faults, Boric was my friend. If he's been kidnapped, I have every right to know. At the very least.
We don't know what happened. Remember Mr. Beef? Angus.
Angus.
We figured out what his deal was.
Nova kind of scoffs. That old bastard. Is he finally dead
Yes,
and doing us that favor?
No, he's trying to unkidnap his daughter.
What?
That. So it turns out the con, or, well, the snake, we'll discuss that in a minute, apparently has Mr. Beef's daughter. So Mr. Beef was working for the con to make Mr. Dwarf here also work for the con, for my understanding, since they were both working together. Either way, the con is the reason the city was attacked. But we believe that one of the local lords, the snake, is responsible for this.
Can I have my short sword back?
Yes.
So they both Argo and Nova look at each other, look back at you guys, and they have this look of stunned. They're very. This is a lot to have just dropped on them suddenly.
Yes,
told
as you
you
can
it's
tell, we've been
complicated.
busy.
Yeah.
Certainly you have. I
Either way.
can't
Go
speak
home,
to.
Dad always says.
I can't speak to the rest of it. I can't even really speak to the Angus stuff. You know, I thought he, well, I won't be as blunt as Nova, but I did think he was rather unsavory.
We beat the shit out of him for you, if that helps.
Not if his daughter was taken. No, I don't take comfort in that, I'm afraid.
Listen, he did shitty things. Not for shitty reasons, but he did shitty things.
I suppose I can agree with that much.
So, we found out, and we just let him run amok against the con. We'll follow him and see what he does after that, because I know we're going to run into him eventually. Either dead or alive.
Well, given the circumstances, I hope alive.
He seems resourceful. He'll figure it out. Either way.
And Nova's kind of like looking off to the distance a little bit. Argo nudges her. What's wrong? Well, now I'm wondering why he hit on me so much. If he has a daughter, he must have a wife, right?
Landrin almost starts choking on a piece of chicken he was eating, but then he just kind of does that lizard jaw unhinged thing and just... Incredible.
What's wrong?
Your statement caught me off guard.
Well, I I don't know what you think, little one, but I would like to think I'm rather attractive.
I concur, and I just take a big swig of my my wine.
There's no right answer to that. I'm just going to nod before I dig myself any further down.
She kind of like snarls a little bit. And her eyes turn to that more like intense slit, like lizards have. Kind of folds her arms in frustration. Argo kind of puts his hand on her shoulder and goes, There. I'm sure the young kobold accidentally made a wrong statement there. Don't comfort me. Yes.
If it makes you feel better, I'm incredibly socially inept.
She's still kind of angry.
Sorry.
Yes, Dracoria. Your sword back. Thank you for letting me borrow it.
Oh, thank you, sir. And I take my rapier and I stick it in a tilt.
Alright, Argo faces you guys. Can you promise me something?
What's up?
If you find Boric, given all that he's done wrong, I know that he deserves a swift punishment, but if I can ask for one favor, if any, and I'll do my best to pay it back, whether it's financially or through my own set of favors. But could you please spare him? Don't turn him over to any authorities. Please. Let him go or guide him back to me. I miss my friend. And like I said, he's done wrong. And I'll make sure he pays his own way for it. But he needs another chance.
If he's not already dead, we'll be sure to do that exact thing.
Thank you. At this point, Nova kind of gets over herself a little bit and puts her arm on Argo's shoulder. It's okay. As much as I had my problems with him, he wasn't a bad drinker or jokester. Be good to have him back leading the caravan.
I just had another cutting plan. Being honest. Miss Nova, I was surprised because I'm attracted to you and I just didn't expect to have competition. Bye. And he runs away. He's beating feet to the medical facility.
Is everybody else beating feet?
Well, I guess on this new piece of information, it's now a good time for us to
the rest of you who didn't beat feet, you see Nova kind of put her hands up, and you swear you see blushing through the scales, and like her scales almost chameleon-like change to like a brighter color. She's kind of taking it back.
Organics. Walk off.
And Argo is currently laughing.
I tooketh away his day, but then I gave it right back.
Oh, by the way, that laugh is in character as well. White Kiko is laughing their ass off right now.
Yeah, Nova's now covering her face best she can out of shyness.
Poster General strikes again.
If you like the little lizard boy, you're gonna have to make a move on him soon. I tell you that right now. You're gonna walk off.
Alright, so all of you walk off, leaving Argo dealing with now a very flush and shy Nova. Flustered. Alright, so you all make your way to the medical facility, more or less trying to keep up with Landrin.
I'd like to imagine he's making that old Hanna-Barbera running sound effect.
Oh, jeez.
I can hear it in my head right now.
Excellent.
Yeah, I can see it.
Alright, so you all make pretty good headway. The street's still damaged, still roughed up. A couple other places have set up, like, you know, meeting places where people are trying to talk and not necessarily be merry, but just kind of all see each other and see that, you know, there's plenty of survivors. Very few people were slaughtered or hurt. And you guys make it to the medical facility where there's 2 guards out front, but they're not, like, blocking the entrance at all. They're just kind of watching over everybody coming in and out. Right, and you guys enter into the hospital. You guys see, like, that reception area as you saw before. This time only one lady's behind it. He goes, "Are you here to admit somebody?" She looks really, like, flushed in the face. Like,
we're here to visit Commander Braun.
and she goes from being, like, flustered and, like, out of breath to suddenly sits up straight. Her eyebrows narrow, and she's now giving you all looks. "Why?"
I pull up the contract and I say, "We are under hired guard to help and protect the town. We need to speak with him now."
She quickly eyeballs it and sees Commander Braun's seal. "Oh, he's upstairs, 6th room on the right."
Thank you. And I continue in that direction.
Alright, so you all, I'm assuming all are following Decoria, and you all head up, and as you go along the hallway, you know, you can see lots of people out in the hallway, all on stretchers and on wooden planks.
Oh shit.
Lots of people. It's a very cramped hallway. Lots of medical priests are everywhere, doing their best to enchant, heal, and you can see injuries that vary from some guy has his eye gouged out, and is currently pussing blood, to a couple of people have limbs missing, and in some more smaller cases, you see large gashes, cuts, lots of bruises. Some have burns from when the buildings got hit with the flaming artillery. There is lots of injury, and you can hear moaning, in a couple cases screaming, as the medical staff are doing their absolute best to try and keep everybody from, you know, dying.
Every moment I wish I was playing a paladin or a cleric. Every moment I'm with you people.
So, you guys bump into one of the priests, and he goes, "Watch it!" It's a tiefling. Bright red male tiefling.
Our apologies, sir.
Yeah, well, should be.
Hold up.
What you guys doing here?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Alright, what you guys doing here?
The one time I
would
don't
like
immediately... Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Like I was saying, the one time I don't jump on a conversation piece, you guys will just sit there waiting for me to jump on the conversation piece.
No, that's my fault. That's my fault. I was trying to say "Hey, Lantern" a minute ago, but no one heard me. It's fine.
I would like to turn to him, switching to Infernal. What concern of that is of yours?
And he kind of looks at you for a minute. Decoria? He responds in Infernal.
Yes.
Do I have the ability to just make up a random name here, or do you want to impart me with a name? Because that sounds inquisical, as if I might know this person.
So, do you want to insight him and see if you know him?
Yeah, I would.
Alright.
And that's a big ol' nat 20, baby.
Hey.
This is a childhood friend of yours from Northholm. He goes by the name of Brugi. Brugi. And his father was in the guard with yours. In fact, his father served under you, and therefore there was a lot of times where your two families actually had a lot of get-togethers. The last time you saw him was the same day your father passed. Since then, his family actually left Northholm to go to one of the more northern regions during that time. However, here he is before you, full grown, with a bit of a goatee going, though it's scruffy, and he's a priest. That's the short version of that.
I will drop the Infernal. Brookie? Is that you?
Wow. Guess I'm not the only one who grew up. He's now speaking common as well.
Well, after the issue with Mom and Dad, and I know after that you and your family left, and then me and Mom stayed for a while, and then I left, and then Mom passed. Things just kind of changed, and there wasn't much I could really do. I didn't feel as though it was home anymore, so kind of had to leave and do my own thing.
I understand. When we heard about your mom's passing, it hit the community pretty hard. Everybody loved her. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, it's just nobody knows what it was.
I heard
I
rumors,
just
but
don't know.
yeah. I'm so sorry. I've taken up
Thank
being
you,
a
Rudy.
priest.
Yeah, and it's so appreciated. It's nice to see you giving back, especially to how close our families were. You're taking up and trying to do something. I'm trying to follow the path that Father set, and do the good thing for the people. Because that's just how Dad was. That's how your dad was.
Yeah. He puts his hand on your shoulder. Let's do them both proud, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying, but it's getting tough. I'm gonna be in town for a couple of days. Swing by the inn one of these nights, and hopefully we can get a drink and we can catch up. I got business I got to attend to with my compatriots here, and I kind of fan out and gesture to the guys that are probably stopped listening to the conversation.
Engine's just watching you both smiling, rapidly sketching.
I gotta say, nope, Kiko's listening intently.
Broogie takes off his hood briefly. You can see one of his horns has been chipped off, but the other one's still intact. It has this nice little loop up. So, well, on an official basis, what are you guys doing in the medical facility?
We're here to speak with Commander Braun.
Braun. Oh, it's right over there. And he points to a room just behind him a little bit. Door's closed. If you guys need anything while you're here, let me know. I'll be all too happy to help.
Thanks, Broogie. We appreciate it. And I pull him in for a hug, slap him on the back, and then part ways.
And he hugs you as well. And when you were hugged briefly, he said, "Love you, brother."
Love you too. All right.
And he's back to attending to his patient.
All right,
Well,
guys.
seeing you in good spirits is such a delight, Decoria.
I haven't had a reason to be in a long time. Seeing old friends and essentially family is good, considering I don't have very much left. And seeing Broogie really helped, and it brings brighter days, knowing that not everything is darkness as it is right now.
Landon puts a teeny hand on your shin. You have us. And I die, then you don't have us.
Till he dies, then you have the rest of us.
Till they die.
I agree.
Alright, so you guys, kind of sift your way through the crowd a little bit and make it to this room that was gestured by Broogie. And you guys enter the room, and the same size as Bork's room was before. It's very small, has one patient inside. And
Is the patient Bork?
I think so.
it's Braun.
Braun, thank you. That's what I meant.
Braun is currently lied back. He's all wrapped up in bandages. The shoulder, even though it was healed as best as it could by the priests, still needs to take the normal course of healing. Magic can only do so much. And he's pretty clearly asleep, but he's snoring kind of peacefully.
Lantern would like to quietly start prestidigitating his bandages clean to make sure he doesn't get sick from any of that.
As far as you can tell, the bandages are fresh. They've been changed out. You could probably guess every half hour. These ones are only lightly soaked in blood, so it implies the wound is definitely sealing very solidly. But in terms of cleaning them, they are already fairly clean, minus the fresh blood. So do you still want to prestidigitate them?
Why not?
Alright, so you cast precipitation. I can't fucking pronounce that.
Oh, good.
And the blood kind of soaks away and fades away, and looks like brand new bandages were just applied.
That's actually really useful, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Alright,
Checking
so what do you guys want to
I
do?
have...
Is Braun awake?
No, he's sleeping.
He's
Sleeping.
pretty solidly
Hmm.
asleep.
Honestly, I don't know if there's much we can do if he's just out cold. Like, we kind of need for him to be awake for him to talk.
Well, I mean, if he's just sleeping, we can just wake him. I'm positive he will get over it once we give him the latest report of what's happening, and see what he wants to do what he wants to do with the new information we provide.
Before we
Probably
do
going
that,
to try and get up and leave, though.
I was like, before we do that and cause him more trouble than we already have, Landrin,
Yes?
you cast a spell earlier to try to talk to Lady Ruga, correct?
It did.
Could you, by chance, talk to the dwarf instead?
I could. Very easily. I was planning on it, actually.
Yes. We should go ahead and take our time to do that, and then we'll wake Dr. Braun. Because that's just more information to discuss with him, if we find out anything about that, or with that.
I personally would like to take that rest after we spend some time on the road trying to catch up with Lady Ruga, but there's a great many things to do, and it never feels like we have time for any of it.
We're going to have to rest after we talk to Braun. But right now but like I said, we'll give him a little bit longer to rest. And we should and that would be a good idea to just go ahead and do that. I would think. And I guess it really doesn't matter. It's just, if we can talk to the dwarf and find out where Lady Ruga is through him, assuming he's still alive.
Are we speaking of Angus, or are we speaking of Boric? Because there's
Boric.
the potential that Boric is alive. Okay, so we want to try and
Yeah.
communicate with Boric. Okay.
That's what I meant. That's why I kept saying dwarf, because I forgot his name. Sorry. Yeah, Boric. Because if we talk to Boric, and he knows perhaps, if he's in the same situation that Lady Ruga is, and Lady Ruga is being kidnapped, if we talk with Boric and find out more about that situation through him, we might be able to stop Lady Ruga's capture.
Well, she's already been captured. It's a matter of rescuing her.
Yeah, that's
We're trying to expedite that rescue. I can only imagine how pissed Asmo must be that I thought to contact her like this.
Why would I be pissed?
No, I don't think Asgons. That's just a good idea. Either way, if we talk
Utility lizard wizard.
utility.
Unlike most
slizzard.
DMs, I love it when players come up with creative ideas and ways through things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if we
just put me in front of things to bash it. That's all I want to do.
I feel that. Yeah.
Let me RP a little bit and bash things. That's it.
Thing is, I'm not your opponent. I am just God. I'm just narrating this tale.
Yeah. Either way, like I was saying,
You guys win, I get enjoyment. You guys get your asses kicked, I get enjoyment. I don't lose.
That's a mood. Well, like I said, if we talk with Bork, we'll have more to discuss with Braun here.
You know, there is every possibility that the Rangers might be able to catch up with their kidnappers. Looks at the hard camera, sadly.
Maybe, but we don't know. But actually, we probably should have tried that before we told the Rangers about anything, or at least what to do, or before what's-her-face started giving out commands. Sasha.
What specifically?
To go hunt, to go just look everywhere. Because if we
That's
just
what
know,
they're doing.
well, yeah, but if we know where they, but if we talk to Bork and perhaps find out where exactly they are, instead of just searching far and wide for everything, we can just narrow it down to a spot.
Well, I'll be able to tell them immediately if he gives me any information. Points at head.
Then
Oh
we should
God,
do
no!
that.
He's going to point at his head with both index fingers on either side.
Hey, Mr. Skeleton, you got any ideas?
Yes, mentor. Sometimes I enjoy your input. A lot of the time,
I
in fact.
suppose you all actually want me to exist now. I'm sorry, I've been quiet, but I thought all of you wanted me to be quiet.
We do, only half the time, though.
Fuck you.
Mentor, if it makes you feel any better, I am genuine with my enjoyment of your company.
Well, now that you've actually asked me for aid, I suppose I could give you my
How would you
input.
kidnap a noble lady?
Well, if I were doing it, I wouldn't be so half-hearted about it. I would have killed anybody who would have potentially posed a threat of retrieving them. But I suppose
Well,
since
they
we're dealing
tried,
with these
remember?
sloppy fools... Oh yes, they tried, but I don't try, I succeed. Now...
Mindset.
Indeed. Now, speaking of, these individuals who've... How should we put it? Have taken your compatriot, Boric, was it?
Employer.
Employer. Well, I suppose both count as employers. Well, if I were you, I would go ahead with the action of contacting the dwarf, if he is conscious/alive, and inquire about his location. However, I would not just assume he's in the same place, or even in the same destination that she is headed for. It is merely an alternative amount of information that could add to our decision-making. However, without that having been done, my speculation would be that the group that captured her probably isn't heading towards the south. The south of Nordred only encompasses the one village. And as far as I understand it, that village was also under the control of Lady Ruga, as her name is. And if that has been taken, I highly doubt that is their main fortress. Lord Farian fellow, he's of that snake family, correct?
That is correct.
Ah, yes. With my time with Miss Novery, I've quickly learned quite a bit about the current paradigm of things. His domain is far to the north. Very far. In fact, it's towards the upper mountains of the entire nation. It's on the opposite end of the nation, in fact. It's easily in
That would be
8,
North
9... No, Northholm is not the most northern location, believe it or not. It is very close. It's much closer than we are now to this Lord Farian's domain. But it is not the same location. Northholm is the capital. It's more coastal, not as far north. But
Is he in the same direction?
they are in the same direction. It's the same road. You go through Northholm, you can then travel one more day north and you'll have reached this Lord Farian's domain. However, you do have to go through Northholm to get there, unless you're intentionally going through a forest. Well, if you go through the forest, you have other things to contend with.
So, the concern would be that once, if Lord Farian is returning north, the concern will be that he will be on his home domain. I'm rather familiar with Northholm. The biggest concern is that he has a strong allegiance with most of the tieflings due to past decisions that he made that benefited us as a race and was helpful to us. And Northholm is filled primarily with a lot of tieflings, so we will encounter a large resistance if he does have the chance to get home.
Indeed.
I'm so happy because I was thinking of asking which way Lord Farian's home was and just voting to go that way. Here we are. Yes. At the very least, this feels like a subtle hint by the DM. I wouldn't mind finding out it was.
I am not hinting at anything. I'm merely speaking as Rokan would in this situation.
I was
The
right.
incredibly smart wizard.
But I was right. We should have gone and searched his house. But we need to rest before we do that.
None of us trusted that shifty snake fuck, and all of us were right not to.
He tried to steal my barrels.
That
Angrily.
fucker. You know, I have a very mean-spirited plan, and I'm a wizard, so I can pull it off. And we've all met Lord Farian. I took the time to interact with him momentarily, specifically for the interaction, because, well, Landry knows who he is now.
Fair.
Oh boy, I've got some fuckery in store.
Well, Landrin, you need to contact Mr. Dwarf.
Indeed. We should. Miss Nova and Argo in the caravan are in fact planning on headed to Northholm, so we would be able to continue to accompany them. It's almost like the story is intending us for us to go to Northholm.
Oh.
Wouldn't that be something? In the immortal words of Marvin the Martian, who I keep quoting for some reason, isn't that lovely?
Isn't that lovely?
Oh, dude, you do it really good.
Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely?
Is K9 reporting to you now?
You Earthlings
boy.
must be destroyed.
Yeah.
Anyway.
This has been a much better session for me.
Right, yeah. Alright, so you sending that message to the dwarf, or did you need a rest for that? Is it a one-time use?
Oh, good lord. You did it. Actually, I could do it with a short rest. If we just waited here for an hour to see if Commander Braun wakes up, I could cast Sending again. Because of Arcane Recovery, because I'm a wizard. I'm the wizard lizard. Lizard?
Lizard.
Which way?
Utility wizard.
You're a slizzard.
You're a slizzard.
I'm a slizzard. Okay, but so long as I'm not a slan.
That sounds like a
Those guys.
sorcerer lizard. Ooh.
No, that's a lizard folk, but it's lizard men. Very powerful mage priests. I don't have any spells that are from the divine schools. I'm the wizard lizard. This got off topic. Anyway, who wants to take a short rest, just enjoying the unconscious bear man's company?
As long as I have plenty of wine to drink, sure.
Kiko, may I speak with you a moment?
Yeah, what's up?
Could you go and re-inquire with Miss Nova and Argo what time they intend to depart?
I thought that was about a week from now, if I remember correctly. Well, a week from
They
now.
might.
Got here.
They may have reconsidered given recent events.
You know what? That's fair. Alright.
Your cooperation is treasured, my friend.
Treasured. Totally. Next you're gonna tell me friendship is magic.
No, I'm magic. Friendship is a concept.
This is a social construct, if you will.
I'll be sure to pass that information along to Miss Nova. Wink, and Kika starts walking away.
What have I done? What has science done?
Alright, so while So while Kiko does that, is anyone doing anything in the interim? Because he's gonna be gone for about 30 minutes round trip to the other side of town, talk to them, and then come back.
I'm gonna sit in a chair that's in the room, drink my wine, and use one of my hit die because short rest.
Righto. Alright, so Belstarius, assuming you're doing something along those lines as well. Health is...
You mentioned that the mage's spellbook had Find Familiar in it.
Oh,
I think.
Matt.
At least if I recall correctly.
Let me double check.
I could be incredibly
Yes,
mistaken.
yes, he was one of his first level spells.
Well, if the conversion rate is still as I remember, it would be 50 silver pieces to transcribe, and about an hour to transcribe that into my own spellbook.
Righto.
He's going
You
to
have
work on
enough
that.
silver for that?
That'll take all but 5 of my silver. So yes, I
I'll
have
front
silver
you.
for it.
Well, I'll front you this spell. You can get me back with something later.
We're all getting paid when he wakes up, though, theoretically. So it's going to be a decent chunk.
Well, I'm
Jeez,
giving
you got a
you.
10 on your head die.
Yep, I did. But I'm giving
You're
you that
rolling-
50 anyway, so.
Nice.
Nice.
It's appreciated. Let's see here, find familiar. Gonna drag. Oh, I know what I'm taking for my first 5th level spell, and good lord, it's that's exciting.
Oh, I don't think I ever actually wrote down my thing. I did not. I have uncanny dodge now.
Yeah.
Remember to
Okay,
note your
got
level
it.
ups is very important.
And my sneak attack got better. I remembered it, I just never wrote it down.
Right. Alright, so since everybody's doing that technical stuff, we're just gonna jump right over to your perspective there, Kiko. So Kiko, you make your way through the streets fairly quickly, and you head back to the soup, not really kitchen, but soup side block thing. And Nova and Argo are still there. Nova looks a lot less flustered than she was, but she looks like she's deep in thought as she's like mindlessly handing out soup.
No, and no soup for you. That's an old poll, if anyone remembers it.
Yes, for you.
Soup Nazi.
Look, at least I'm going with the soup Nazi instead of at soup. That would have been the low-hanging fruit. I tried to be a little highbrow here.
You try,
There's
but
a
you
guy
fail.
in the zoo.
Little highbrow here, man.
Jewish wine.
Alright, so Kiko, you approach, and Argo still, Argo doing his thing as well, but their Nova is just literally like every person who comes by, even without asking, just soup, just staring off in the distance.
Hey, Miss Nova.
That's soup.
So you trying to get Miss Nova's attention, or
Yep, I'm gonna walk up. Hey, Miss Nova.
she like a bowl of soup just gets lurched forward at you?
Hello. And Kiko's gonna wave their hand in front of Miss Nova's face.
Huh? What? Oh, hi. Is Langin with you?
No, not right now.
She kind of like slumps over. Okay. What do you want?
But he did send me.
Kind of perks up a little bit.
Son of a bitch.
We're all the best wingmen ever.
Or the worst wingman. You never know.
That's true. That's true.
Well, if you sent me, it'd be the worst choice.
Why did he send you?
Well, so he told me to tell you, or to ask you, when exactly do we plan on departing?
Departing?
Yeah.
Argo
If this
kind of
little incident hasn't changed our plans.
Argo leans in. I think he means departing to Northholm, Nova. Oh,
Yeah.
she kind of just. She looks, more businesslike now. She's recomposed herself. Well, as far as we discussed it, we were hoping to bring Boric with us. Now that he's gone, well, and given the siege that just happened, most of the merchants in the caravan want to get moving within the next 2 days.
Well, it's good to know. Now time for unofficial business. Unofficially, he wants to know if you're free later tonight.
All her scales do like a flutter, and she like turns this almost pure bright red. She's like, I don't. And she like covers up her face again. And Argo just says, so violent and strong, yet so easily brought down by a most baser of things.
A suitor.
Trying to be suave. Boy, damn. He was wondering what time you'd be ready.
I don't know. It's just very, very sudden.
It is very sudden.
I'll need to
I would have just bitten the bullet myself if I knew you were going to do this.
You can't stop me now!
I'll have to find a dress. And where would it be? Oh no, is it too formal? No. She's mumbling to herself.
Listen, don't overthink it. It'll be fine. Landron just needs to know when you're free.
Argo jumps in. She'll be free around let's say 4 o'clock.
Sounds good.
Alright. Though you might want to tell that kobold friend of yours that if he makes a wrong move, she may very well scorch his ass.
Don't worry, I think he knows, and he's probably into it.
He kind of like nods.
Either way, you two have a good day.
We will.
Landron will see you at 4, Miss Nova.
Okay.
Kiko's gonna go back to the group.
Alright. So a 15-minute travel back. And you are back to the group in the room.
Pyrrhus, didn't you say that this was Belisarius's usual strategy, not Kiko's?
For what?
Looking off topic for a moment to see what I'm on about.
Oh wait, is someone's put...
Yes, when I deploy my flamethrower.
Yes.
Yes, but when did you give Kiko the metaphorical fucking flamethrower?
Actually, the best part about this is Kiko's not going to enter the room at first, and just from outside, Kiko's going to
Mimic Nova?
maybe. Kiko's going to lean outside the door and just go, "Hey, Landry," in Miss Nova's voice. Because Kiko has heard Miss Nova say "hey" and Landrin. Just outside the door.
Out of curiosity, do you do that just as you get back?
Yes, before y'all see me. As in, Kiko's gonna stay outside the door that Kiko knows you're in.
No, I got that part.
Like,
Admiral, how far into in transcribing the Find Familiar spell is Landron by this point?
Well, about a half hour if you started it right around the time that Kiko left. How long does it take?
Takes an hour per spell level.
So you're about
halfway there-ish.
Yeah.
Excuse me a moment. I'll get the door. Landrin is just going to kind of wide-eyed, just inhale, exhale, waddle out. Yes, Miss Note. Wait a minute.
You have a date at 4, by the way.
What now, Kiko?
You have a date at 4, by the way. 4 p.m. today.
Low blank.
And
Slow blank.
Kiko is going to like reach into their bag and hand Lantern like 20 gold. Buy yourself something nice. And something for her as well. 20 gold.
Low blank, staring directly at Kiko. What have you done?
Listen, I scored you a date tonight.
I'm listening, hence I just asked.
I scored you a date at 4. Like, what's more to understand?
Evidently, what you need to understand, do you, perchance, to have familiarity with the concept of slow and steady? Do you have the concept of familiarity built over time?
You're gonna slow and steadily take Miss Nova to a bar. Or a restaurant. Something that's nice. And treat her
Landrin is going to put his spell book away, and he's going to take his little Kiryu suit out, and he's going to start prestidigitationing and mending it, because he got the crap kicked out of him in this thing, and he has that. Oh god! Now the collar is permanently popped, so everyone can see his badass scars. What have you done?
Hey, that's even better. Listen, hear this out. She's gonna love that.
Scar encompasses the majority of my body. I can't hide it.
Hey,
Kick stars. Just
stars
think
are
of it that way.
badass. Yeah,
That's
stars
right.
are badass. Like,
My skill as a DM is about to be heavily challenged. Alright.
yes,
I'm just over here in the corner, like, ugh, organic
yes.
breeding.
With Belisarius at the moment, Kiko, why have you put me on his side of this discussion?
Amidst all this tomfoolery, you guys hear a stir from the bed.
Go back to sleep, Braun. You don't want anything to do with this conversation. Oh wait, I'm the one shouting in his room. Go back to sleep, Braun. You don't want any part in this conversation.
He's awake. What's with all the noise? Where am I?
One, you're in the medical facility.
What?
Kind of.
And he sits up.
Passed out.
And he sits up entirely. His hair is all kind of fluffled up a little bit. His brown eyes are all like staring around. He's looking like really confused. What happened? Why is my head? His eyes like are now fully open as he pulls his hand away and he jerks his head up. Miss Novari.
I would like to.
What's going
shout
on?
outside the room. Hey, Broogie, getting a little help in here.
What? And Broogie comes in. What's going? Uh-oh.
Sit on him.
Help! Miss Novari, please, Lady Ruka.
She's fine. She's fine. She lives. She's receiving treatment. She's healthy. She'll be okay.
Right.
The invasion has been stopped for now, but we really need you to just take a deep breath, just calm down. Everything's okay for the time being.
His eyes wide and his breath heavy. And Broogie comes over and kind of puts his hand on his chest and his other hand on his shoulder, kind of guiding him back to lying down. It's alright, sir. It's alright. I promise you everything will be alright. Now, my name is Dr. Broogie August. Dr. Broogie August. Can you repeat my name, please? Broogie August. Thank you. Now, I'm going to be right out in the hall. Unless you'd like me to stay here with you. Yeah. Magically, we've done all we can for your wounds at the moment, but you can't be too reliant on it. Natural healing is the way to prevent too many extra backfires from using magic. So, we're hoping to let this heal, with periodic treatments using healing. Are you okay with this? Or would you like us to do a more expedient healing? I prefer expedient, even with the risks. I need to get back out there. Now, as your doctor, I need to warn you, and as the priest, it can result in many issues if you rush the healing too much, especially with your particular vitality. Lycanthropes don't heal perfectly well as it is. I will take the expediency. I'll let the other doctors know. We'll get a group heal together and we'll patch you up within the next hour or so, if you'll give me time. If you change your mind by the time I come back, there is no concern of that. I understand. Very well. Briggy fully stands at full height, turns to exit the room, looks at you, Decoria, and goes, if you have questions for him, now's the time to ask, because once the healing begins, we're going to be busy. His injuries are deep.
Yeah, we'll make this quick.
He nods and heads right out, closing the door behind him.
Belisarius, should I put something up for assurances, or can you sit on him? That probably wouldn't be for the best idea.
As damaged as he is, I wouldn't want to damage the meat bag any further.
That's fair. We could likely just set him back in the bed. Braun, you remember us, yes? The helpful mercenaries you hired?
I would like to position myself in between Landrin and Braun casually, as to like just put myself between them.
Between who and
but
who
not
again?
to between Landrin and Commander Braun.
Okay. Alright.
So, Commander Braun, can you promise us one thing?
What?
That you're just not going to leave the room right now?
Even if I couldn't promise that, I physically can't. These injuries are deep.
Well, good. Because we believe Lady Ruga's been kidnapped.
It's not believe. She said it herself, and we're in magical communication.
What?
Okay, you know what, yeah. Like I said.
He throws the blankets off and sits up. I have to help.
Nope. He's just gonna walk up
not.
and just like push him back onto the bed. Nope, you need to rest. We'll figure this out.
Ikoria, put me on top of his chest.
No.
No, that would not be a smart decision right now.
We are not here for smart decisions. We are here for action.
I will make do with the injuries that I have. I must protect my liege lord. I must protect my lady. Now,
But
get out
you
of
can't-
my way!
So before you go, where is she?
I
Where are you
will
gonna start your
find
search?
that out.
How are you going to do this? Yeah, well, we have information, so why don't you just sit down, relax, and let us inform you, and then, after your expedited healing, you can make a call for action and do what you have to do. We're asking for you to wait an hour of your time. That's all.
He kind of, his eyes kind of dart back and forth as he's thinking. And he sits back down. You guys can notice, by the way, that the bandages that were once prestidigitated to have all the blood off are now kind of soaked red. His injuries reopened.
It was a good idea. Now they have room to accept that, and he doesn't lose too much.
Okay, so as our fine friend Landrin was explaining, now that you're a little bit more composed, we would like to give you the full rundown of the events that have happened. Landrin, you may continue.
Thank you, Decoria. Before I start, Braun, you trusted us with stopping an attack on the city. You trusted us to go down into the jaws of our enemy's encampment, and we managed to come back from it. I, as your friend, am asking you to trust us with this because we care about this. We have come to be as invested in this town as you are.
Wouldn't necessarily.
Roll me persuasion with advantage. Actually, to make it a regular persuasion check, given his mental state.
It would have been an 18 with advantage.
It's 13 without it.
Yeah.
I mean,
So, okay. So Braun is laying there back in a lot of pain. I don't know if I can trust this to anyone else. I must be the one to protect her. It's the only way I'll know 100%. I don't lack faith in you, but you must understand, it is not your duty to protect her. It is mine. It's mine to protect her. It's mine to protect her. It's mine to protect her.
We are not arguing with how faithful of a servant you are to Lady Ruga. We understand you have a job to do. I understand that job more than anybody else would actually imagine. Now's not really the time to get into it, but trust me when I say I know where you are coming from. So we're not trying to stop you from doing your job. We are merely just trying to discuss with you right now what we have found, what has transpired, so that you are fully aware of what's happening, so that you can make the best informed decision for yourself on how best to protect Lady Ruga. Whether it is to do it on your own, or it is to use us as a service. That decision is ultimately yours. But again, we want to make sure that you make the best decision that you feel with all of the correct information.
Roll me persuasion. Regular check.
Better at me doing this at this than me. Like, you're good. You got this.
Knock on wood.
19.
As you speak these words, your sincerity is definitely translated. Your seriousness, your directness of tone. And Braun leans back. You can see him relax a lot more. Very well. I will trust you, but do not make me regret it. Now you haven't
That
so
is
far.
not our.
You have done
That is not our intention.
very well.
We have blood contracts with both you and Lady Ruga. We have no intention of reneging on those contracts.
Aye. Speaking
So
of,
he proves that she's still okay because Landrin waves his hand around to show that the contract's still there.
speaking of, your reward, 100 gold each, as I recall.
It was originally 50, but she rather hastily increased it in an emotional moment during the after discussion before he went down. I would be willing to accept the originally agreed upon 50.
Very kind of you, young Kobold.
It's not about duty to me, Braun. The right thing is done by the person who's there. And as I've said to my friends here, so on several occasions, we're here and no one else is going to do it for us. Braun, are you okay?
I'm in a lot of pain, young Kobold.
he's not okay.
What?
Oh, Keegan was just gonna be like, does he look like he's okay?
You're not going to get okay if you take that accelerated healing.
It will do what it will. Lycanthropes are incredibly difficult to heal. Our forms are constantly in a state of physical flux. That's what priests had told me before, but they could still do their job.
Rod, do you want to serve her for another 10 years or for the rest of your life?
How does one know, young Kobold, if one is not the other?
Then try and make it a little longer than 10 years, will you? We're getting her back. So remember, there is a future to work through at your best.
Now, I'm not opposed to this civil discourse that we're currently having, but I believe we do have to get down to the root cause. So we captured a mage that was in the catacombs. He was led astray from Khan himself. Khan led him with lies and deceit, but we have him currently in the barracks, not in the barracks, in a holding cell, in the guards' keep. We have magical wards there for him for the time being to prevent an escape, but we feel as though that he could provide additional details and information that were lacking, and we did go through and we did close all of the entrances underneath the catacombs. However, the people were not there, much to our surprise. When we came up and we found the town in shambles, we were able to deduce that they had moved the troops. And while our interrogation of Angus was happening, it appears as though that Angus had a listening rune on him, and that is why we were speaking in Infernal for a period of time. Turns out the Khan has the ability to speak Infernal that we were not aware of, and that's why the plans changed.
Shortly after all of you went down, I remember it still. I was in the security office. I was coordinating a plan, just in case something else happened while you were down there. Lady Ruga returned to the mansion. Her reasoning, I can't remember. It was something specifically she was trying to acquire. Well, while in the office, I heard screaming. I heard the crashes of the artillery from the catapults. The siege, the slaves, the way they attacked. It was inhuman. Led on by some force. And the soldiers that broke through their lines as well trained. I recognized two of their faces. They were locals here. Joined the rebels. Miss Novery, you say she's alright.
She is. There's a small secondary matter in regards to the men dispatched in all the plans. Do you remember the men you sent to the well?
Not all of them. There was over 40 of them. Out of the 40.
They probably... Oh, sorry. They probably bought you more time than you realized. They intercepted the force as it was coming out of the well and managed to make a good accounting of themselves.
Did any of them survive, do you know?
They did not.
Not that we know of, but we didn't exactly.
They held their ground to the last man.
Those were good lads.
I don't actually think they killed anyone.
No, there was over 80 bodies there.
Kiko, just to remind you of my description, there was quite a few bodies on both sides there.
Oh, okay. Got you. Okay, so they did... Okay. I got you.
Well, they say being in command is easy, but I sent I sent many of those men to their deaths. We will honor them when we can. If you could pass along a message. Who's in charge, by the way? Is Lady...
Sasha is presently commanding the forces, and she's actually managing it pretty well.
Sasha?
She's already dispatched troops to search for Lady Ruga along all possible routes.
He kind of starts chuckling himself. Sasha, of all people, to take command.
A hidden gem of an officer, I'd say.
She's young, very young.
I'm very young. Do you know how long kobolds live?
I am not aware, young kobold.
I could hit 300 easy if I'm not murdered.
Well, you're luckier than most of us humans. Sasha's only 24 now.
Yep, I'm
I
21.
wish I could live to 300.
I will probably live forever if I don't die.
Rokan says, I will live forever, so age is non-concern to me.
Oh, no one asked you.
No one need ask. You should be blessed to know my response. Yes, well. Sasha, just so you know, she was known as a drunkard just a month ago. They said she was the most foolish ranger there was. I dragged her into my office and promoted her. Many questioned the decision, but underneath that foolhardy young lady's facade of rebelliousness was definitely a capable leader. When she can get over her flustered self. Well, tell her for me that those men's bodies are to be collected as soon as possible. And they are to be given proper burials. And they are to be honored. I wish I could do it myself, but given my condition...
It will be done, Commander.
I appreciate it. Kobold, come here.
The Decoria, I can't get that high up on the bed. Could you put me on him?
Yeah, I just kind of pick him up and put him on the bed.
Ah, yes, uppies.
Right, so he puts his hand out to take yours. The one with the contract seal. Give me.
He will give it gladly.
So, I had the contract with Braun.
He's
and then
he's
it was
the secondary contract
Oh,
holder.
proxy.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's the proxy.
Okay, yep, proxy. Yep.
So he holds both contracts at the moment. I hereby announce that this contract is fulfilled. Payment will be transferred effective immediately. Under the guise of Lady Ruga in her unavailability, I, by proxy, command this seal fulfilled. And the seal fades off, kind of like a mist. And the paper contract. You still have it?
I do. I pull it out of my map holder and I pass him the contract.
You know exactly the sound that went through my head the moment you said map holder.
It's not I'm the map, is it?
It's in your head too now.
God damn it. So, he quickly asks for a pen. Do any of you have a quill or ink?
I do.
Yes. Too late, I gave him mine.
So, kind of lying back on the side table to his bed, he quickly signs the bottom. Both contracts are considered fulfilled. Bring the paper one to the security office. They will supply you with your payment. You guys hear a knock on the door? Come. Door opens, and there's Bruggy with about 4 or 5 other priests.
Lantern will put down his firebolt hand.
It appears as though that it is time for you to have your medical session. But be known that we believe Lady Ruga to be heading to the north. We also are heading to the north. So, if you wish us to have a jump start and continue the investigation, we shall. If not, we're going to investigate regardless.
I grant you permission. Kobold, your hand again.
Landrin shall hand over his hand.
Alright, Braun takes it, and the same magical seal reappears. Well, not the same one. It's the same pattern, though. I hereby contractually assign all of you the task of retrieving Lady Ruga, and an optional addition to the quest. Please, if you can, find a way to defeat this new rebellion. If you fulfill the first task, I award each of you a further 50 gold from my own personal coffers, if we cannot afford it from the villages. And if you can achieve the second task, a further 50. Again, from my own coffers, if I can. Signed and agreed upon. Commander Braun of Ursine Village. Seal kind of does a sputter.
I'm getting a lot of tattoos. I've never had tattoos before. Very straight-laced like that.
And it wraps a cord-like around you, and now in its place, the glow fading is just the markings, kind of like a faded tattoo.
Ron, if you got roped into a date by your friends, unbeknownst to you, would you have any advice for the unfortunate soul?
Sweep the lady off her feet, and make it the best time she's ever had.
No
I
pressure,
pick up
right, Landrin?
Landrin. I pick up Landrin and I whisper to him, "Good thing you got that 20 gold. You better be making this a damn good date." And I put him down on the ground and I just kind of walk out of the room.
Right, and Broogie and the other doctors come in, and as you guys, I'm assuming everyone's leaving the room.
Wait. No. He just got to say one last thing to Ron.
Right.
I think Landrin was looking for more like recommendations around town.
There is a nice restaurant on the southern side of town. I believe it's called Louis. It's a nice restaurant. Dwarf
If it
owned,
was
if you're curious.
If it was a cleric or paladin, it'd be St. Louis, and I'd meet her in St. Louis.
Oh no. Hear that?
See, I can turn anything into a joke.
Right. Broogie kind of enters the room. Are you ready for the ritual, sir? No, I don't think I am. Give me another day to consider it. Broogie kind
You're
of...
just going to give... Oh, sorry.
Broogie kind of nods his head, smiling a little bit, happy that Braun isn't pushing himself. He gives a look to the other priests who all nod and head out of the room. Well, I recommend some good rest, Commander. Aye. Braun kind of leans back, his eyes kind of close. He kind of just starts breathing faintly. And Broogie kind of hand gestures everybody out of the room, like, hey, he's sleeping, time to get out.
Out.
Alright. Yeah. So you all get shuffled out, and the door is closed. By the way, before all of you leave, we have a rather large lady here who's just woken up. I only just arrived to this town a few days ago, but all the locals call her
She's
Miss.
Spider.
Yes,
Yeah,
she's a Drider.
Send away to the
Miss
room,
Ovary.
please.
Where?
Ah, yes.
She's in one of our lower, not really a room as much as it is storage area. That's all we could fit her. Not to question the lady's size, but she's in one of the lower rooms.
Hey, Rokan, you ready to see Miss Nofri again?
Could you perhaps leave me here with the currently unconscious buffoon?
No.
Blasted.
Wait, I'm very conscious.
High five, Decoria. Oh, yeah.
High five and just walk away.
Yes! Oh.
Rookie kind of gives the scene a bit of a confused look. Well, I still have to tend my patients on this floor. I'll have to send a nurse down with you guys if you do intend to visit her. He kind of shafts over a nurse, male nurse. Yes, priest. Could you please escort these fine fellows down to the lower room where the Drider is? Miss Novry? Yes. Of course. Thank you.
Hey, Broogie.
Hmm.
You know what time it is?
It's around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Kigo's gonna look over at Landrin. Knowingly. Hear that, Landrin?
If you say elite goblins at any point tonight, I'm going to put a firebolt through your pants.
You got an hour and a half to prepare. You better get ready.
I am speaking to our dear friend Miss Novary before any of us leave this place, and that's final, sir. Good day.
I never said anything on not seeing Miss Novary. I'm just giving you a time frame. See, as a wingman, I have to make sure that you're ready.
You should have said something first, then. Because
Too
I'm
late.
not.
Ha, too late now. You gotta improvise. Think on your feet. as you ask me to
I'm
play.
aware.
Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Rokan? You gotta think outside the box.
Indeed. And when it comes to courting a woman, you must be very direct, but respectful. And if you intend to dance, do not make my mistake and fall over your feet. No, you must know the waltz. You must know the proper steps. You need to know how to romance a young lady, my dear Kobold.
And if you're interested, I can show you some tricks when it comes to waltzing. Because I know how to move my feet.
If I were you, the bird does indeed know his way around his feet. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to be in dance. And Rokan actually kind of has an expression, given all this romance, that he's kind of has like an expression where he's kind of staring off momentarily.
Yeah,
Decoria,
he don't give a shit.
Decoria, you feel actually that feeling in the back of your head, and this time, instead of something reaching you from the front of your mind, like with what usually happens when Rokan is reaching out, you feel whatever in the back of your mind is now reaching out towards Rokan. Roll me wisdom saving.
16.
Alright. So, you feel a sharp pain as the reach out, but you don't take any wisdom damage. And you see, like, in your mind's eye, everything flash forward, you see Rokan now more clearly than the silhouette you once saw before in his tiefling form. He's a blue tiefling like you, darker blue, almost a purple hue, and he had bright orange. He had one bright orange eye and one silver eye, and he's wearing a long red cloak. He looks rather youthful, in fact, in his own mental image of himself. And the other figure is still fairly shrouded. It's still hard to make it out, but this time you can make it out more solidly. Also a tiefling, faintly through the shroud that covers up their image of themselves. You can make out at least the outline of whatever they're wearing. It seems to also be a robe of some sorts. And in terms of skin hue, it's all blurred, kind of like a camera out of focus. But you'd say it's between the shades of the same blue that Rokan is, or more of a reddish blue. Slightly impacted.
Well, ain't that something?
Right? So, are you remembering her? Says the voice that's from the back of your head. Like that's any of your business. Of course it's my business. You always were stubborn. Listen, I should be focusing on the Kobold's romantic endeavor. My old ones are long gone. Didn't you ever care about her? Of course I did! Cared about... Of course I cared for her. I cared about you both. Shh. And they both kind of look in your direction, in like your view of this going on. Yet again, you're lurched
Throw
out.
me out.
Hmm?
But
Landrin.
Rokan in his skull form, his eyes are still not glowing, so he's still in there.
Landrin,
Yes.
can you see Rokan?
Yes, I can see him.
Notice his distant gaze.
Yes.
The thing we spoke of earlier happened again. After your
did
date,
it
come
now?
and Yes, after your date, come and see me. I would like to discuss this again.
I cast message. No, wait, I'm sorry. That's mending on my sheet, not message. Never mind.
Did I take message? Did I? I don't know. No, I didn't.
Wait,
Damn
have
it.
you been casting
Keep
messages the entire
saying
time?
I was going to
and
take it, and I never take it.
No, this has all been spoken aloud. Stop laughing at me.
Wow.
Mwahahaha.
Thank you.
Big oof.
Biggest oof. Let's go talk to Miss Nelvery, please.
The nurse, watching all this go down, very confused when to interject, sees an opening. Yes, would you like me to take you down to see Miss Novery?
Yes, please, now, and thank you.
Alright, and before we do that, short break.
I need to pee.
Just in time.
Just in time, lads.
But before all that, I think you all know what time it is.
And what time is it?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Hungwell Hamburger Halftime Show. I'm your host, the Hungwell Hamburger. Asmo, you've been taking us through a roller coaster.
'Tis my job.
How do you think the party is reacting now that we're starting to get our feet under us and formulating plans to counteract our opponents?
I think you guys are thinking very much on your feet and efficiently, and definitely in ways I did not predict. Or didn't predict as directly.
Let's go.
As the DM, do you feel we're going to make efficient use of this gold to bolster our resources in the future?
No.
Yes
I
and
can
no.
tell you that. No.
What a beautiful answer! You've been a wonderful guest on the Hungwell Hamburger Halftime Show, a great co-host. But I think it's time for you to take your break, sir.
Alrighty.
I was like, I can
Iris.
answer that question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Kiko, oh boy,
Oh no.
you Kiko, what have you done?
What have I done?
What have you done?
Something amazing. Bro,
Have you though?
I landed Lantern a date, bro. Like, could have been worse.
Have you ever considered that Landron might value the relationship more than the idea of pursuing sex?
Who said anything about pursuing sex?
I
There are
think we
no
all know
bards
what a
in this
date
party,
is.
thank you.
Yeah. Landron, it's entirely up to you what you do on your date.
Do you have any idea what's probably running through that poor woman's head?
Listen, The expectations that you have to manage are between you and her. None of us. I just set you on that path. You can talk about whatever you damn well please on today.
You made her think that he wanted to rush the relationship.
Huh. But I wouldn't. Well, not exactly what I got out of that, but
This affair
Listen.
is based upon trickery and deceit.
hey. I haven't tricked anyone yet.
You tricked Miss Nova.
No,
Yes.
I did not.
Jawohl.
It's not my fault that Kiko knows that Lantern has the hots for Miss Nova. Like, hey, just
Let me put it this way. You acted upon it.
hey, just because I added a little bit of fire to y'all's gunpowder, you can't blame me. It's funny.
I do, in fact, blame the finger that pulls the trigger.
Lantern, the barrel, the fuse has been lit. You have to deal with it now.
Speaking of those, we should go check out the smith and make sure our designs didn't get destroyed.
You're right. I can have a gun to shoot you with.
Okay, I returned back and there's people threatening to shoot people.
Oh, I'll do worse than shoot him, God.
What's going on?
I'll let you.
We're discussing my date.
Oh, joy.
BRB.
Dearest Decoria, what do you think about today's events? I think Decoria is gone. Pyrrhus, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm gonna step out for a minute real quick, but what are you asking before I do that?
What do you think about today's events so far?
Today's events?
Yes.
Somewhat more upbeat and amusing on that balance, which is odd.
The party was able to convince Commander Braun to take the sensible course of action and invest his time and patience. Quite a big achievement.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to spend your 100 gold on?
I have no idea. It's not much I really need, unless he's got grenades and stuff, or guns won't be for a long time, but grenades, if those are ready.
I'm going to try and build an airship at some point. Even if it's just a teeny rinky-dink little boat that only fits the party, I'm still going to try and build something that flies.
Sail the skies and become privateers.
The sail the skies part is mostly what we do, but expedite. I really got to pee. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Hungwell Hamburger Halftime Show. I'm your host, the guy who needs to pee.
Yes. So Asmo,
Hmm.
did you expect that at all?
What part of that?
Just Kiko hooking Lantern up. With his crush. I'm not hearing a no.
Wait, sorry, I was reading something. Can you repeat that?
Oh, I'll say, did you expect that at all?
Which thing again?
Kiko wingmanning for Lantern.
I expected it, yeah. I got the vibe.
Hell yeah.
I sensed it coming. I figured someone was gonna. It was either gonna be you or Decoria. Hold on, can I post this or is it not gonna work? Oh, it's gonna work. Yeah. Alright, so that's
Ooh, what's this?
in general. That's essentially minus the tongue being out. Somewhat what she's gonna look like. I imagine her slightly cuter than that, but hold on, can I find a better reference?
I'm gonna be the next one with a romance story.
Oh no.
We walk along and I'll see a toaster that's just I can't resist.
Toaster. What? A fucking toaster?
Yes. I mean, he is a robot. Like.
Nah. Nah.
Oh,
Toaster. I'm gonna work on the Spider Queen.
Work in that case. I got all the files. I got all the time in the world. Trying to find a good example. Again, probably leaving it up to Landron's imagination might be better.
oh wait, it doesn't say on.
Yeah, I'll probably leave it up to his imagination. And I got an example.
Oh, I didn't read that before. Apparently, my racial trait is magic cannot put me to sleep.
Lol.
I don't
What?
sleep. Don't need to. You
Are
cannot
you
put.
an- Are you an elf?
No, I am a constructed resilience.
Elf. That's the elf trait.
I'm a warborn. I don't need to sleep.
A Warborn?
Might as well be.
Or not warborn, warforged. They are very close in my brain in terms of name. But yeah, warforged. So I don't eat. I don't breathe. I can't get sick. I don't need to sleep. During long rests, I just kind of stand there. And I'm just inactive. And apparently I don't go unconscious, so I can see and hear everything. So no one can catch me unawares.
Ugh. You know, Asmo, I'm surprised you haven't caught on to what I've been doing this entire time.
Huh?
Surprised you haven't caught on to what I've been doing this entire time. I'm just gonna DM you something real quick. Just shh.
In all seriousness, what should our group name be?
I mean, I think after we kind of get
Oh.
through this, we might establish something.
True. Or we get awarded a group name by people we work for. So,
I wouldn't mind having titles. It would do good for my backstory.
I figured that one of the characters that looked in Kiko's mind would have known that. By the way.
I didn't know that. It's not on your character sheet.
Because there's not a spot for it on the character sheet, which is dumb. Or else it would have been.
It's weird. Okay, well. That would have been good to know.
I'm sorry, I didn't think about that. I kept trying to remember it, and I was just like, I'm gonna mention it. But then it's just like, oh, more important things have come up.
I see.
That's cookies.
Well,
Do any of you have cookies?
I'll allow you to reveal that on your own time.
Don't worry. It'll be fine.
Oh no, my cookie announcement's been upstaged.
Though what Rokon said to you before still counts. Because he still would say the same thing. I'll tell you in DMs why.
That's fair.
Strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. The full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
See, I figured it might actually be slightly important coming up in a minute.
Rick Astley?
When it's actually relevant.
I can't tell if my mic's on.
It is. We can hear you.
It is.
Sweet.
Oh. Hang on.
I feel like I missed something really important.
Nah, it's...
Well,
wow. You
all
all
did,
have. To be fair,
Hey, Sounds pretty based. Pretty based.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Jesus. Oh.
Well, he can reminisce about trying to do the Bengal dude's sister later.
Huh?
Kind of in the now.
Oh no, nothing to do with that. It is something completely different.
I'm just teasing. So, what love song are you guys going to ironically play in the background for your own amusement during the next section?
What do you mean, ironically? You know which song you're gonna get hit with. If we had
I can't play it no matter what it is on YouTube.
Oh,
Copyright strike, especially the one with saxophones, like the one I'm thinking of.
Please tell me you're not thinking of Careless Whisper.
completely honest, I was just gonna rickroll you. Like,
Dude, that's what I was saying earlier, though.
Yeah.
Please don't.
You know which one we're gonna hit you with.
It's a one-way ticket to.
Oh.
One-way ticket to not only no currency land, but a one-way ticket to your fucked land. All right.
Yeah.
Is everybody back? Mm-hmm.
For 5, standing by.
Yeah.
Red October standing
Affirmative.
by.
Dakaria.
Roger.
Dakaria. And Kiko's. Everybody's here. Alrighty, Humble Adventures, back to what we were
Wait,
doing.
where's Bird and Aloysius?
Alright, so you guys were in the middle of being escorted down to interact with Miss Nordred. So, as you guys kind of go down the stairs into like a basement area, you guys see a very large door. Like, we're talking like each door is the width of like 2 people. So it's definitely a storage area. And a doctor comes through one of them, a priest doctor, I should say, and sees you all approaching. Ah, I see we have our first set of guests for Miss Nordred, was it? Yes. And the nurse nods. Yep, I was asked to escort them down by Priest Bruggy. I see. Very well. All of you feel free to go in. I'd ask you not bother her more than an hour. She took us quite a bit, but she's definitely out of the red zone now.
He sounds like such a surfer bro name.
He is.
There, I stuck that thought in all your heads now, and it's not coming out easily.
Wait, what was it? I'm sorry. I just zoned out for like 3 seconds and I just missed it.
Bruggy. It's such a surfer bro name.
Yeah. Yeah, Bruggy, you wanna hit the waves?
Yeah,
Chakra.
Chakra.
Saturday.
Right here. So, you go. So the nurse escorts you all through the door, and there in this fairly large stone area, not really a bed, but a large cushion on the floor is currently holding up Miss Novery. You see a lot of patches and stitches and some magical auras around a lot of the places where she was stabbed or punctured. She's bandaged pretty much all across one of her arms and her chest, which she's wearing no clothing there, but the bandages cover up, you know. And yeah, she seems fully conscious, looking around, and she's eating out of a bowl some little not raisins, but little dried up fruit snacks. Oh, hello.
Landrin immediately runs over and hugs her.
Alright, so you hug her around the waist, and she returns the hug back. And she's like kind of stroking the top of your head across to your broken horns. Are all of you?
You looked absolutely terrible.
Well, I wasn't in the best of conditions. It's good to see all of you back from the catacombs.
Greetings, Miss Novery. We would like to extend our thanks for protecting the town. We know this is your home, and you would have done it regardless. But we do wish to say thank you because we were in the position where we might have prevented this if we had taken different actions.
I understand. And I thank you for your thanks. But as long as I was able to keep casualties to a minimum, I'm happy. I'm only saddened by those I failed to protect. She kind of bows her head.
As are we.
How is Commander Braun and the others? Are they alright? Lady Ruga?
Well, Commander Braun is upstairs, resting, taking a few days breather to allow himself to naturally heal. You know, as those lycanthrope are, they choose not to heal efficiently sometimes. But we were able to speak with him and provide some level of comfort for him so that he could not be so concerned about the state of the town and everything else. As far as Lady Ruga is concerned, that is a matter that is best discussed in private. And I kind of like look around to see if any of the doctors are like paying attention or anything.
The nurse is still at the door.
I'm so sorry. I had to step out for 2 seconds and I forgot to say something.
Is she okay?
I'm presuming Miss Novery was just being her usual awesome self. Guys? Dearest
yes.
friends, there you are.
What's up?
Just wasn't sure why everyone was silent.
I would give a biased perspective, so I let the other players would describe that to you.
I'm just going to continue assuming she was being her usual awesome self.
Up to this point, yes, she is. I would like to turn to that nurse and say, might we have a moment?
Of course. I'll be just outside the doors if you need me. He goes through, and the doors shut. So what's going on?
I don't know how to say this. Lady Ruga has been captured by the snake, which we believe to be Lord Farian, as you know, and we've had this conversation. Our good friend Landrin here has been in communication with her via sending.
Magic.
So we know magic.
So we know she's currently unharmed, and we intend to keep as open of a communication with her as we can, as time permits and our daily magic abilities allow us to. The conversation that we had with Commander Braun has brought us yet again under the service. We are going to be dispatched tomorrow after arrest, and we will be traveling north with the merchants under the guise of just being protection for the merchants as we were before. But we will be secretly looking for Lady Ruga as we head further closer to Northholm.
I see. So during your whole explanation, she was pretty tense, but you can tell she doesn't have the energy to really, like, get all hyped up about anything.
Marcus wants you to know that he's okay and he's going to go get his daughter. He's also very grateful for all your help.
Yeah. Yeah. He's free now, by the way. We let him go.
I ascertained as much.
We busted him out. Jailbreak. Come on, guys, shanty with me. Jailbreak. Jailbreak. Jailbreak.
She kind of
Yeah,
lowers her head a little bit, and you can see that all four of her eyes are starting to water a little bit. There's only more I could do.
What have I done?
I don't believe there was anything anyone could have done at that time. The magical runes that were placed upon him made it very difficult for him to communicate and to get help the way that he had hoped. And it turns out that the man in charge, Khan, spoke Infernal as well. So most of the communication, other than written, was found out, and we suspect that is why the plans that they had were moved forward, and they were no longer in the catacombs when we went to investigate, and that the town was attacked last evening.
The extension, the move up of their timeline ahead of their preparations and the town's forewarning is likely the reason that it was able to hold. Decoria, you're the most charming amongst us. Hug her, something.
I would like to provide a solemn pat on one of the legs and say, I understand the concern and that the burden of protecting a town is great. As solace, I will admit, my father was the captain of the guard of Northholm, and he had died in battle protecting that town and gave his life. I wish he was as celebrated as the individuals here. Unfortunately, he was not after his death. But regardless, my father was a hero, and I view you as much as one as myself. So please know that people care and people appreciate what it is that you have done for this town and what Commander Braun has done for this town. And as such, we will do everything that we can to bring Lady Ruga back and instill her back in power as the Lord Regent of this area, as it should be.
I appreciate your words, Decoria. Do you know how old I am?
Far older than I could probably guess, but you look damn good for your age.
I appreciate that. For as long as I've been with these people, I've seen several generations grow from babies to adults and fight to their deaths. I've only been fortunate to watch a few actually reach old age and pass away gracefully. I consider many of the people in this village, as well as all of Nordred, my children in many ways. I've been desperate to protect them for many, many years. Whenever I fail in these cases, I take it very hard.
I can understand the burden that you have placed upon yourself. And that is a burden that you have chosen to have. And it is a worthy burden, if I might say. And I understand the grief that you are currently experiencing. The world is strife with horrors and dangers that most do not have the luxury to experience old age. Myself, I'm quite old for an adventurer. Most do not live as long as I have, but I have been experienced. I have had many issues with the way the government is run and how the people choose to conduct themselves. And as these times become more and more apparent, I feel as though that I might have to take up my father's mantle one of these days. I never thought I would. But with the way this town has inspired me, with actions such as yourself, actions of Commander Braun, more importantly, actions of Lady Ruga, how she was put in this position, not willingly, but has taken it. And she does what she feels is best. And with the warring factions that are happening, and the fact that she refuses to roll over and just be an appeasement to this usher of a new age of command and kingdom and everything else, I can't stand by and take this. And I know you won't as well. And I know you will protect these good people of this town. But I feel as though myself, and the lineage that I carry, I cannot be locked down to one town. I must go, and I believe the rest of my compatriots believe that we must go and we must do the greater good. No matter how adverse it may be, I believe the decision has been made. Yes, gold helps in these decisions, but gold is not the driving force for what we do. What I do is a matter of understanding and love for my country and knowing that it could be better with the right people in place. And Lady Ruga is one of those people that need to be in place.
Speaking of Lady Ruga, good speech, by the way.
Trying not to sing Rule Britannia right now.
Thank you.
Oh wow. As we even if you weren't able to help everyone, Miss Novery, I do believe there is something you can do for us, like, now. Or perhaps better when we've all had a rest.
What is it?
Do you know the Lady Ruga, right?
Yes?
Is there perhaps any kind of magic you have to, say, find someone?
I don't know too many spells like that, unfortunately.
No, like, crystal orb or something. I don't know. Tarot cards to tell us which way to go.
Tarot cards.
Hiko doesn't know magic items, so he could just.
I don't want a deck of many things, please God, no.
Oh God, not what I was referring to at all. But I was just thinking like something to find out a way to track people, like scrying, out of character scrying. But Kiko doesn't know to say scrying because that's not. I don't think that'd be a word Kiko would be familiar with. Like you do little hand motions and like little window pops up kind of thing. Is there nothing at all like that? Let you know.
Let me check.
Roll Britannia. Nice.
It's not on her list of prepared spells. So
Oh.
she does.
Her spell book.
Yeah,
It-
I was gonna ask. Is she a wizard or a sorcerer?
she's a wizard technically. But
Okay.
she's kind of multi-classed.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, well, is there by chance a way to prepare something like that? Well, maybe. Because that would be an immense help right now.
If I had a day's rest and I had my books, I could look into acquiring that spell, but I wouldn't have it prepared till tomorrow.
So we don't intend on leaving until tomorrow because ourselves require a rest as well. So I don't know if your shop is closed, but we could, if you provide us with a list of objects that you require, we could go to your store, get those items for you, and come back.
I would just need my spell book. It's located behind my desk.
Is everybody kind of comfortable with that? I think we could probably do that. And then from there, Landrin can continue with the activities that he has established for later in the evening. And then
Do you
we
mean
can
the
go grab
date?
the book.
You.
See, I wasn't
Yes.
saying it. I wasn't saying that.
Did
And
you
then
say that
we
in
can,
character or you said that out of character?
Yes.
I said it in character? Alright, so Miss
Yes.
Novery for the first time kind of perks up. Ooh, a date?
Well, Landron's got a date here.
No, you decided to play matchmaker without even giving me a moment's heads up.
Alright, so she
that's
grabs you
okay,
and picks you up like a child, like Miss Nova did. She goes, "You've got a date? Congratulations!"
Thank you, Miss Novery. Do you have any advice?
Treat her right, treat her respectfully, and whatever you do, don't take any notes from Rokon. Excuse me.
Speaking of which,
Rokon's eyes light up and he stops staring off. Ah, I come back and I come back to this. Hello, Miss Novery. Hello, Skull. It's good to see that you're alive. She kind of looks taken aback. You're happy to see me alive. Believe it or not, I don't want you dead. Thank you, I suppose. You're most graciously welcome, Spider Wench. She slowly puts you down, Landrin. And with surprising quickness and length of arm, grabs Rokon and is holding him up, and you can hear cracking of bone as one-handedly she's crushing him in. I mean, Miss Novery, help me!
Enter, I thought you had learned your lesson by now. How old are you? Keep repeating the same mistakes. Even I'm not that dumb. And I'm not particularly intelligent, mind you.
Force of habit. Apologies. She drops him. But yes, as I was saying, Landrin, be respectful, be kind, and be gentle with her. Especially if it's her first time, that never goes over well.
It's my first time.
Well, ask her to be gentle with you. Or is she kobold-sized?
Miss Nova is a Dragonborn. She held me earlier, much similar to the way you are presently.
Oh. She kind of has a smirk on her face.
I appreciate the advice. I was hoping to ask you earlier, but we were having something serious conversation.
Well, levity is most welcome in these very serious times.
Well, now that you mention it, I do know a rather excellent one about three gentlemen. Well, two. Well, there are three gentlemen. You see, the first two walk into a bar, and then the third one ducks.
He's on the right track, isn't he?
She chuckles a little bit.
That was terrible. That was so bad.
So good. What do you mean?
Thank you, Mark Hamill. You are the wisdom upon which I call.
Real quick, so you all suddenly hear the expulsion of web from behind her, and all of you get wrapped up real quick, pulled forward, and she grabs all of you in a group hug. I wish I could stay with all of you and protect you during these times. But you must be strong, you must be bold, and you must be brave. And she's kind of holding you all tightly, but not like aggressively.
Landrin is hugging back. Oh, don't worry. We can talk whenever you like. I learned the summoning spell. I'm quite fond of it.
Yeah, you best not waste it on me. I'm sure there's others that
It wouldn't be a waste.
Huh, too late. It's gonna happen. You can't stop him.
And as she's holding you guys, she her arms kind of like start lighting on you. Like she almost is starting to lean forward. And her eyes are closing.
Oh. Uh-oh.
I try and prop her up and not prop a feel because I'm trying to be respectful.
Which is hard considering she's well endowed.
Wow.
So you successfully hold her up. The torso at least. The rest of her body's already kind of on the ground, so. And you can hear her you hear her lightly snoring. She just lost consciousness.
Wait a moment. If she's holding me and she's no longer conscious, flump. Ah!
Nurse.
Nurse comes in. What are you doing to my patient?
She passed out.
Oh. Hold on. And he pushes you
Little
aside
help here.
Decoria as he also braces her up and sets the cushion more in front of her, and she kind of lies down. All 8 of her legs all curl up, and she's just lying forward on the ground, snoring. Not very loudly, just
Landrin is also lying on the ground because she dropped him. Ow.
I'll help you. And the nurse helps you up, away from her. Alright.
Thank you, nurse.
Well, it's safe to say she's done with visitors today. She's still healing very slowly. Well, everybody out. Everybody out. Come on.
Yep.
Naturally.
Landrin, I have to show you how to waltz.
Oh, I have other plans.
You sure about that?
I'm very sure about that. I'm wearing the suit and everything.
Hey, a good dancer. Really, being good at waltzes takes you a very long way.
Well, I'm not waltzing, my good man.
It's always a good skill to have.
I have a
talent.
superior dance method.
A talent, really.
Uh-oh.
I'm afraid where that's going to lead.
Oh no.
Alrighty, so you guys were talking to Miss Nova for about 15 minutes. So you guys still have an hour and 15 minutes till Landron's date.
2 questions. The first of which is, did the gentleman have? Well, fuck, he's not a gentleman. He's an asshole. Did the asshole have? What were his spells and cantrips again?
Let me pull back up the sheet.
Thank you.
Alright, so cantrips are... Hold on. For cantrips, he had Chill Touch, Minor Illusion, and Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, this guy took Magic Initiate Warlock.
Mm-hmm.
Like...
Let's see. First level, Comprehend Languages, Burning Hands, Hellish Rebuke, and Find Familiar.
So, this is out of character. Is it possible for Landron to take, like, Eldritch Blast, or does he need something special there?
It's possible for him to take it. The spell... think of it this way. Learning a spell, even if it's, like, Warlock-based, and it's more of a curse or more of something like along those lines, for wizards, it's just the knowledge of knowing how to do it, and inherently a spell book is going to include the instructions.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I heard the cantrips, but my headphones were doing a weird thingy while you were describing the spells. One more time, I'm so sorry.
First level, Comprehend Languages, Burning Hands,
That's a good one.
Hellish Rebuke,
That's a really good one.
Find Familiar.
And that's the one I'm taking right now. Okay, good. So that simplifies the second level.
Second level, Scorching Ray.
Righty.
And Invisibility.
That one's super useful, but I'm not going to use it because I'm not running out on this. I'm facing the music.
Alright. And third level, he had Counterspell and Fireball.
I love Fireball. At some point afterwards, I'm going to put all my spells into this in Verses after I put all these spells into mine so I can have a spare spell book. And at some point, just start mass-producing spare spell books to sell. I'll be ready. But in the meantime, thank you for reminding me of those. Landron would like to go and try and find some sort of glass or metal ball.
Kingo has a ball bearing somewhere. I'm like 90% sure. There's like a bag of them.
Almost guarantee I probably have those.
Yeah. I have a bag of 1,000 ball bearings. If you need to borrow one of like 30.
I will say that the Merchant District is not open at the moment.
Yeah, so Landron would like to kind of shine about 5 of them up. And try and attach them to strings, or ball them up in like a thin fishing net or something, to have a semi-round set of ball bearings that he can hang from a ceiling. And to test, Landron would like to use prestidigitation to kind of make a sensory effect of, some shining multicolored lights, and use it to see if he can make it reflect upon this rudimentary disco ball.
Oh my fucking god, he made it. Oh no.
Wear the suit, boy.
Hey, let's go. Dragon.
I'm happy that's your reaction.
Okay.
Let's go.
Question: what smells do you reptilian meat bags like?
Meat.
Like, what would you find appealing?
Meat.
What
I
kind
see.
of cologne would you wear?
I could
I
imbue an object that emits an odor, apparently, with magical tinkering.
He's saying he can make you a bottle of cologne.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, she'll love it.
Excuse me.
Actually, Victoria, we could go visit Miss Nova right now and see what smell she likes.
Sounds creepy when you just say that out of context.
It's a good thing he's saying it in context.
Yeah, honestly.
There's nothing
Would I
out of
just be able to-
context about this.
I mean, would I just be able to do a nature check to see what Dragonborns and Kobolds like?
And yeah, if you like.
Just because, why not go all in on this?
Just don't put it on too thick. You want to keep
16 and
some-
oh, I get +7 on that. So that's like 23.
They love the smell of meats and spices. So, you know, burger, rat,
Make me smell like
Steak,
like
bacon.
steak seasoning salt.
chicken, turkey. You know, pretty much any meat smell is very attractive, but it's more like eating. They do in terms of like smells that turn them on. It smells like lavender or. Well, this is where things get more individualistic. But generally, they like sweeter smells for like romantic effect.
So I just need a tiny non-magical object, and I can imbue it with that odor.
Hey, you wanna have a ball bearing? Imbue it with turn it into a bottle of cologne.
Right now, you now have a ball bearing that emits the odor of lavender.
This night's gonna be magical in more ways than one.
But after doing that, I think my plan is to visit Ivan to see if his shop is not totally destroyed. See what's going on.
Waiting to post this in off topic until it's the perfect moment.
Alright, so some time passes. Say all that happens within a half hour of you just chatting back and forth, all discussing your plans. Still got 45 minutes to the big date.
Lantern would like to. We should probably go get our money so we have more funds. To the security office, real quick. On delay.
Right. So you all make your way to the security office, go to the front desk. Carlos is finally... You can tell this is the first time he's had a chance to sit down, given the day's events. And he's got his head down. And he's not asleep, but you can tell he's like... Sees you guys come up, and he perks up a little bit. Hi. How can I help you guys?
Your efforts benefit the greater whole.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Hands him the contract.
Looks at it. Give me just a second, guys. Alright, so he gets off the desk. You see him like go around the corner. And for about 10 or so minutes, he comes back with a fairly large chest, which he's struggling to carry. Okay, so it's 100 gold pieces each, right? So it's 400 gold pieces. I haven't seen this much money in my life.
350. I'm only being paid 50.
Oh, okay. He takes 50 out. Let me go put this back. Runs
I'll
back.
take it if he doesn't want it. Like,
It says
take it.
100 each. Sorry, I can't just transfer someone else's payment to you, sir. Sorry.
Lantern. No.
Okay, so Landrin can
Landrin's
take
slow-
possession
no.
of the 100, and then he can
Lantern
distribute it.
slowly turns over to Kiko, and a grin starts to form across his face.
You bastard.
Did you think we had forgiven? Did you think we had forgotten?
This is 100 gold, right?
Oh yeah, you're still getting 100 gold. Each of you are getting 100 gold each. Except for Kiko, who's... Oh, sorry, except for Landrin, who's only getting 50.
He's a humble little lizard.
I am agreeing to the original terms of the contract. I am not taking advantage of a decision made in rage and anger.
Your kindness is going to kill us.
It might kill me.
We will starve because of you.
Speak for yourself. I don't eat.
We have a goodly amount of gold for
You had
supplies.
Alright,
You got a
so
stomach, you would starve.
Carlos comes back around and says, alright, so 350 gold pieces to divvy up amongst yourselves. Is that all?
How are you holding up, Carlos?
Lantern's changed his mind about the 50 gold pieces. He has, and he goes, he's gonna like put there, just like grab Landrin by the mouth and just like hold his mouth shut. He has changed his mind. He wants the extra 50 gold.
Roll me deception with disadvantage.
Someone help me!
I'll provide the help action.
Okay.
So normal, right?
Yep. The help action makes it a normal roll.
16!
Hold on. Let me check Carlos's stats, which were a single... Basically right up I did forever ago.
Oh no.
Alright. Now I'm gonna roll him a perception check.
Wouldn't it be insight?
The perception part is him noticing that Landrin's being shushed. Which is a nat 20. So he very easily sees you shushing and holding Landrin's mouth shut. Now an insight check.
Sleight of hand. Let me sleight of hand for that, please.
Pocket the kobold.
I rolled a nat 20, so short of you... If you roll a nat 20, that'll cancel it out, but...
But would you look at that?
Nat 20
No,
plus
look at-
10. 30.
Motherfucker. Oh, damn. Alright, so you... So nat 20 cancels out nat 20, so... He doesn't see that, so it's just an insight check. Okay. And he rolls, plus his modifier... 17. Zero.
Oh no!
I think I'll hold on to this until the young Kobold tells me he would like the extra 50 promised to him.
I promise you he will. Boys, whenever he gets back, and he's just like move in front of Lantern.
I like to imagine that he's just stuffed Landrin inside of a pocket or something.
No, what's happened is Kiko's thrown their coat over Landrin, and so you're like looking at Kiko's back, while Kiko's like arm is like holding your snoot.
Your snoot.
Just closed.
Oop, the snoot.
It's like, I'm certain that if he was back already, he would tell you the exact same thing. He was just shy that he changed his mind.
Okay, I still don't believe you.
Can I roll the deception check?
You already did earlier.
But another one for this new lie.
It's not that new, it's the same line, you're just repeating it.
But it's differently repeated.
You got a 16.
You just kidnapped a party member, dude. Like,
I didn't kidnap anyone.
yeah, not that he knows.
Not that he knows, anyway. The rest of the party most definitely sees Lantern like behind Kiko right now. Someone help.
I believe
He's got 7 strength. He's not getting out of this.
Landrin has provided a new set of instructions saying that he would come and collect the money later when he was more available. But we as the party made the decision that it would just be easier if we picked it up for him. So that's why we're here.
Roll a
Yeah,
deception.
If you want to give it to us, we'll take it. If not, that's okay. I get it. You're just doing your job.
Roll deception.
Landrin has a date to prepare for, and that's why he left, by the way. He's gonna wink at the
That's an 8.
Ah.
I'm going based on Carlos's previous roll, which is 17. So
Oh, come on.
he just
But
looks
it's a
at.
new one. It's a
Let
new
him
one, so we
re-roll.
should
Let
have to
him
do it
re-roll.
again.
All right. Hold on.
Please. I don't care if he gets a nat 20. I just want to see this happen.
24.
Damn it.
Rolled a 19. I was like 1 away from another nat 20. So, yeah. No.
Well,
So he's just giving you guys a look
We'll just
down,
have to make do
shaking,
with being
slowly
slightly-
shaking his head left to right. Just shame on you.
Shame on you.
I'm
No,
sorry.
not shame on us. No, absolutely not. We're adventurers. We're trying to protect this town, and we're doing a whole bunch of stuff. We're trying to make sure we get paid justly. And because
Exactly.
Landrin had a change of heart and didn't want to take full payment, that's dumb. So,
Because
the rest of us want the full payment, damn it.
yeah,
You are
And
getting
I'm
your
gonna be
full
like-
payment of 100 gold pieces each.
Yeah, but Landrin wants his full payment as well. He had a change of heart about his change of heart.
I know.
Landrin's an idiot, and I'm gonna throw my hands up. I'm gonna turn around, and I'm gonna grab him as Kiko's trying to hide him. I'm gonna grab him and be like, "See what you did!" And I'm gonna walk out with him.
Carlos is just continuing to shake his head. So,
Maybe slightly
the
desperate.
350 gold. And he closes
He
the
can't
chest.
stop laughing.
He closes the chest, like with a firm punctuation of his words. Is yours. Pushes it forward. And the sack of 50 gold that would have also been in there, he takes behind the desk.
Oh, no.
Oh, while I'm here, I've got a crap ton of miscellaneous weapons and armor we looted off the bad guys. Would you be willing to buy them for your defense?
We do, actually. We have a crap ton of
I
it.
I have the bag, and it is full of stuff.
Alright, can you list out to me what is in the bag?
You'd have to know what the stats for all those people we
You can talk now,
looted.
by the way.
Yeah, but this is funner.
Oh. Kiko,
That was how
Kiko
many
was-
people? That we looted the last down there.
Looted
6,
about
I believe.
6 plus.
So 6 sets of armor of probably mail and
It was
Padded
leather.
leather.
And studded.
It was studded
It was
leather.
leather and studded leather.
Yeah.
I won't. Whatever. Yeah, so 6 sets of studded leather. Let's see, how many were archers?
2.
So 2. So it's probably like 1 bow, 1 crossbow, I think.
2 crossbows.
2 crossbows, each one with probably like 20 or 30 bolts.
About 30.
So 30 bolts each, and then probably a short sword for each.
For them two, they both had daggers. No short swords.
So 2 daggers, and then the rest were sword and shield.
Yep.
All right, so that would be 4 sets of short sword and shields.
Alright. And Carlos quickly does the calculation, as I actually do the calculation.
Oh my god. I can't believe
And that
I
would
wasn't
be
actually-
that would be equivalent of that 50 gold in that sack that you have just sitting there, right?
I don't think
That-
it would come up to that much. but
No.
we'll see.
I mean,
That'd be
that's
a
just me.
lot.
That's just me being a douchebag.
Alright.
Yeah, this is
You're
This
outside.
is
You have land.
low quality bruiser.
Yeah, I know, but
gear.
still.
I appreciate
Session
it.
is just getting better and better.
Oh. Damn it, Landrin. Why did you do this to us?
Why indeed, my dear friend?
I'm never wingmanning for you again. Or now I'm gonna perpetually wingman for you. You're never not gonna get a date, by the way.
Alright.
Okay,
So far and wide
Because
is
I'm in
Carl-
a relationship now, I can't get other dates.
Carlos, after a few minutes, finally
Not
looks
with
up
that
and goes,
attitude.
we'd be willing to purchase all of this off of you for around 5 gold and 80 silver.
That ain't bad.
It's not bad at all.
It's mostly because of the quantity.
Huh, yeah. Oh yeah,
Alright, so let's see.
Kiko picked up a set of leather armor.
One of us is gonna take 2 gold, the rest will take 1. And then you can divide the 80 evenly.
I'll take the 1. Like,
Surprised you're not
I'll
giving
take
Landrin the 1. How enraged you were about him losing out and making
well, you know
you
what? I'm
lose
gonna
out.
take Landrin's 1 actually.
So you're gonna take 2.
I'll take 2. Wait.
And 80
Back
divided
up
by
the
4,
Landrin
that's
one now?
20? No, that's 2. 10. My brain doesn't
80
want a brain.
divided by 4?
My brain does
Yeah,
not
that's
want a brain
20.
today.
20
That's
silver
20.
piece.
20. Yep, I was right the first time.
So how much?
Me know maths.
How much gold per person?
There's 5 gold total.
3 of us get 1, 1 of us gets 2.
Yes, Kiko's taking the 2. Kiko's taking the Landrin's gold as well.
Alright.
I summarily dump out all the weapons in a heap on the floor.
Alright. Make sure to subtract them from your inventory, and he gathers all the coin that he owes you guys and puts it in a small sack. Alright, here you go. Thank you for your donation and support to the local guard.
Actually, Kiko's gonna take a look at that leather armor that they picked up earlier.
It's studded leather.
It was studded leather. It was also enchanted, wasn't it?
No.
Probably not.
Nope.
These were like thugs.
These are just
No, it was from
bruises.
No, this leather armor was from the mage backpack.
Ah, mage.
I believe it was fire resistance armor,
Mage.
but
Yeah, we'll check.
And yeah, it was, and then the ring was ice resistant, which is what Ballistarius took.
Yes, he did have. He had armor of fire resistance. It was leather.
okay, cool. Kiko's gonna. I'm just gonna write that down on the. sheet real
And
quick.
if I recall correctly, Landra now has the staff of fire, which shrunk down to your size.
Well, I need to identify that later.
Who got the bedroll and the ring of cold resistance?
I got the ring.
Oh.
The bedrolls. I don't know.
Kiko still has the bedroll.
Ah, okay. Who got the acid and the antitoxin?
Kiko.
Okay.
Wait, hold up. Does bedroll do something? Is it a magical bedroll?
It's not magic. It's just a normal bedroll. So when you guys are camping out in the woods, you have a little the equivalent. Basically, a bedroll is a.
Sleeping bag.
Disappointing.
It's a sleeping
Yeah,
bag.
yeah.
Yeah. It's the
I just
medieval
thought-
equivalent of a sleeping bag.
I was like, you just pointed it out, and I was like, was it magical?
No, it's
I was
just
like-
it's a list of stuff in his inventory. I'm confirming who has what.
Okay.
You know, it was funny. We were talking about all the magic items, and I was like, you know, I didn't get shit from that. And then I was like, wait a minute. I got boots of speed. I got a cloak of protection. I got a bag of holding. Man, am I just being a greedy fuck or what?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Give me all the magic items. If they exist, they should be mine. Alright. So, I'm
I
assuming
mean,
that...
you did buy.
So, all of that interaction is going to take up a total of 40 minutes. You now have 5 minutes to meet up with Miss Nova.
I'll say
So-
I'm interested to hear what Belisarius is talking about with our little kobold right now. Considering someone just dragged them outside. Or wait, was it?
You mean Decoria?
No, it was Decoria.
Oh yeah. Wait, I'm losing my mind. But yeah, it was Sigoria. I'm interested to hear that conversation before they go and meet up.
Well, I mean, how long would we have been outside from the last of the exchange? Because it depends on how much time we would have had, which would have determined what conversation would have been had.
20 minutes.
I think we probably would have discussed the event that had happened earlier.
Let's run through that right now.
All right.
Minor
You
points
know,
of finance.
Landrin, I tell you, you're an honorable man, but gold goes such a long way. Why would you do that?
So we had an original arrangement that I didn't intend to renege upon.
I understand that, but Lady Ruga upped the
It's been
original
changed
bounty. I understand, but we still were able to complete the portion of the mission that was required. So
The
there was no
town
reason.
may very well need those funds, with especially considering their leadership has been severely compromised.
Do you really think Commander Braun does not have this under control?
Yes.
Well, I think that is of poor taste of judgment
I do think
on your
Commander
behalf.
Sasha has this under control, though, considering she's the one who's not in a hospital bed.
I believe Braun is still in control. We know this. The troops will still look to him for allegiance and intelligence. But
You need to tell her
regardless-
good job from him, by the way, at some point.
Yes. While you are on your date, I'll make sure I take the time to pick up Miss Novary's spell book and to speak to Sasha while we have the time before we lay down for the evening. However, I feel as though that the transaction will take a while for those two, so I would like to discuss the event that happened earlier today.
We do need to discuss that, don't we?
Yes, so again, I had yet another waking vision. This time I was able to see Roka as he is. Quite a distinguished fellow. Two colored eyes, a hue very similar to my own, which is rare. You don't see blue tieflings very often. You see more black or red, occasionally green. Blue is rare. And now, I wonder. The other, who I assume is my bangle, is also of a bluish hue. I'm curious what this means. Is this potential of a lineage, a line of my family's going far back? I know my family has been around for a long time. The Sedlaks have been well established within the knights and protectors of the gods, but these two seem nothing of alike, and I can't imagine anything of them in my lineage as far as I know. So I don't know, but it's interesting. It was so interesting.
Who has the skull right now?
Landrin usually holds Rakan.
Mm-hmm. So I have written down holding it right now.
Oh, okay. That's all. Just curious.
Well, it does sound like a rather sound theory, to be perfectly honest. It's going to take at some point in the morning, once I am properly rested and ready, I can take a much more in-depth look. The identification of artifacts and whatnot is actually something that my speciality leans into rather nicely. I'd be able to give you a more in-depth look into the nature of your bangle. And if it's containing an entity within, Can you hear me?
Yes.
Tap
yes.
tap. No. He's talking to the bangle. Can you hear me, sir? Tap tap.
Silence.
An apostle of Rokan talks to me. That's what I imagine the response to be.
There is silence from the bangle to you.
Do you have anything to say about me, Decoria?
He or she, I am still uncertain. However, based off of the conversations that I've had between, I believe it is a he. He has no opinion of anyone other than Rokan and his despise and detest of the man. The glaring headaches have proven so.
I might consider looking into some sort of warding for. There's a particular item Father would oftentimes keep on his person. I believe it was a ring of mind shielding or something to that effect. It made psychic damage, or it is the term we usually use for such matters of the mind. For the protection, it basically makes it
Both
so
of
that
you roll me a
aren't
wisdom
affected
saving
by
throw.
Alrighty.
22.
21.
Nice.
21.
Alright, so both of you suddenly feel a sharp pain in the front of your heads, but you quickly compose yourselves, and you both kind of internally open your eyes, and you're in this white plane, almost like a limbo. There's no ground, there's no dirt, there's no sky, no wind blowing. It's just white, and it's just the two of you there, looking as you usually do.
An open mind is like its fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded.
And a figure appears with the voice of your bangle. Both of you should look in. Both of you should cease looking into this further. I advise you this strongly. Another figure appears. You guys can feel it behind you. Ah, of course you'd give them the advice to stop being inquisitive. Ah, yes. Hide away the truth. Hide away answers. That's how things are solved. Please. You're as childish as always. You will be
Mentor,
silent.
you didn't tell me you had such a nice-looking bod. No wonder you want it back.
Of course I do. Thing is, I don't know if I'll ever look like this again. But who's to say? You will be silent. Oh, and what are you going to do? Throw me out? You're adorable as always.
So,
Landrin is going to look over to the... Oh, you first. This is your mind.
so, Roka, I have a name to call you. I have a face to be put forth. I know what you look like. I know who you are. And then I turn to, I'm presuming, which is still mysteriously enshrouded, the bangle that has been in my family's possession for quite some time, and has spoken to all that you have chosen. At the very least, might I have a name to refer to you as?
I will give you my first name. My name is Decor.
I don't mean to be presumptuous here. I'm merely stating the fact. Rokan is able to talk to us and does so quite frequently, and I seek it out quite frequently. I treasure Mentor's advice and wisdom. I'm not intending to stop. I very much appreciate this bastion of ancient information. The least, if you really truly wish for me to at least drop the matter of whole Canada, Like, you're asking me to stop when I know him so much better.
You know nothing of that monster. Oh yes, call me a monster. Call me evil. Call me all you've ever called me. You ungrateful little... You call me ungrateful? You call me wanting? Oh well, you are. Shut it. You have no right to speak. Your life should have ended centuries ago, millennia ago. And yours should have too, you hypocrite. You dare call me a hypocrite? You dare call me anything similar to you? Yes, I do. What's the difference? You derived my enchantment and created this. An echo of your soul. Trapped in an item to aid silence. There's a very tense stare between the two of them.
So, how do you two know one another?
You will not say, says the Bengal voice, the faded finger pointing at Rokan. Well, if you must know, a father knows his son quite well. You are no father of mine. Oh, yes.
Yes!
Continue the rebellion. It's been centuries, millennia even. You still think you're not like me, when in many ways you're just like me. Enough of this.
Lantern is going to kind of raise a tiny little clawed hand. I might have a bit of a skewed perspective here, considering I'm adopted. Is striving to be like or dislike one's parent really such an important thing in life to continue for this long?
You misunderstand, small creature. I do not want to be like that, for more reasons than just lineage. I was once proud of my father. A king, a sorcerer who led his nation to prosperity. Little did I know he did it by destroying others en masse who dared oppose him. They opposed me, they suffered the consequences. Some of them were starving, begging for life, and you wrought death upon them, while claiming to bring life to others. What you brought back to life was nothing but a mockery of it. Yes, this coming from the boy who so gleefully learned the same magics. The twisted things you did to the soul. To experiment on others just to create this spell that keeps you alive. I can barely say that word. It's mockery of what life is. Oh, shut up.
I do not mean insult or offense. But the life that Roka led is irrelevant to this matter and this topic of conversation. What matters is that you two still both live, regardless if it is of the same spell or the same volition. But what is important is that you have both found a way towards one another yet again. And I seem to be the conduit for these interactions between you two. I do not wish to burden either of you, but the topic at hand is still important. One,
Wait, are you family?
we are attached via lineage or of something else. 2, I hold one of you in my possession at all time that has been passed down in my family for millennia. And 3, my friend here holds on to the other. So obviously, there is still bad blood between you two, but there is no reason why civil discourse cannot happen in my mind. my mind is what is being destroyed with the repetitive arguments that you two beseech upon each other. So, might I ask you not to do damage to me, the one that is in possession of you, Decor? I mean, that does not seem like a smart decision, does it not?
I apologize for any after effects of our lashings out. For me, it is a passive action I struggle to prevent. In his very presence, I want to lash out. But if you want the true blame, Rokan has attempted to breach into the bangle multiple times. Most of the interactions we've had have been lashes out in defense of you and myself.
Now, the question I have, breach, every time he has made contact, how has that contact been? Has it been conversations like this? Has it been him being relatively cordial towards you, even though you have a hatred and animosity towards this man?
What he calls cordial, I call antagonistic.
I can understand that. I was unfortunately very much the same with my father. As you know all too well, and we did not always have the greatest relationship, but my father was a great man. Even though he did things he should not have, but he did things for what he believed to be the greater good, and it cost him his life. And with that, potentially, just maybe, Rokar did the same, and you just haven't realized that yet. You saw it in my father. Maybe you could see it in yours. So I would ask you, remove us from this and continue your conversation. Then, when you feel it is time, speak with me again. And I believe we can have a civil conversation, and perhaps you can enlighten me a little bit more as to your relationship with Rokar and where we could go from here.
You're wiser beyond your years than you give yourself credit, Victoria. Just know that I am proud of you.
Thank you, Decor.
Thank you, Mike. Lantern, thank you, Mike.
Sorry. I'm trying to get that there it goes to stop me.
Thank you, Decor. I appreciate that. And with you by my side, I hope that I can reach a level of greatness and respect that my father achieved. And with luck, maybe we can bring you to light as well. And that your achievements for what you have done for my family over millennia can be brought as well. And your victory could be with whatever it may be, we do not know. Whether it would be a mending of the relationship you have with your father, or in the aid of helping me in trying to rid this world of people that do not belong and should not be in power. So, again, I ask you, please, remove me and Landrin for the evening, and you two can continue a conversation if you so choose.
I would like to apologize, but I did not bring you into this realm.
Do you have the power to remove us?
I do.
Rokar, what say you?
Alright, yes. Though the boy never has listened very well.
Well, he seems to be listening quite well now. Maybe, if you're not such a douchebag, you could talk to him for a change, and not be such an asshole.
My dear, dear descendant, you're just as foolish as this one. And he taps you on the head, you and Landra at the same time, with just his index fingers. And you both are back in reality.
And you see, this is what I have to put up with. And you wonder why I try to mind my own business.
My goodness, you are quite the interesting fellow, Decoria.
Well, if we do end up going to Northholm, maybe you just will find out how glorious of a man my father was, and how much of an impact he had on that town. I mean, it was the capital, and he was the captain of the guard. He held a very high level of prestigious in that town. And unfortunately, I did not live up to that level of prestige. Unfortunately, neither did my mother. However, that's a story for another day. I believe we've had both enough interactions between the Corps and Rokar for the evening. And besides, tonight should be a glorious night for you. You have a date with Miss Nova. Congratulations. I have not had the chance to tell you so. I will not give you any advice because, sir, it is for you to make the decision. He obviously has some type of affection for you, and you for her. So just go. Have a good time. Have a dinner. Speak well. Drink and be merry. There is nothing more you need to do. Just be yourself. Be your nice little self, Landrin, and you will be just fine. And then I'm just gonna walk to the inn.
Righto. That pretty much brings us back.
Landon is going to sprint off to Louise real quick to see if there's anything he can rent in advance, like a room or
All right, it's gonna take you.
or a wing. Or
It's gonna take you around 15 minutes to, even if at a full sprint, to get to the southern part of town. And Nova does not know that's where you guys are going.
Hey, Landrin, check your
Yes.
pocket. I think my room key is probably in there for you.
God. Okay, he's gonna go to the soup kitchen then.
All right. So you make your way to the super kitchen, and Argo is there, still handing out food, but Nova is over by the carriage in a very nice, beautiful dress, which I will share the closest image I could find to what I'm thinking of. Well, this is what she looks like. Dress-wise, I couldn't find anything dress-wise that looked right. But this is like physically how she looks.
Oh wow, that's her. I think I've seen that picture somewhere before.
It's just an example I
that says
found
a lot
on
about
Google.
me.
This is a sample I found on Google. I didn't draw this.
Yeah, a friend used that for a barbarian once.
Interesting choice.
Swedes, dude, Swedes. Interesting woman. Anyway, so yeah, that's a nice dress. I like it. Landrin is in his little Kiryu suit.
Alrighty. And she's all, flustered and excitable, and she sees you and, runs over. Hi. She sounds like
Hello.
lighter voice than usual.
So, this is actually going down.
So
I must say, I appreciate you giving me this opportunity.
I should be the one thanking you.
We should both be thanking Kiko. That's all I'm going to say on the matter.
Real quick before I say anything. Hold on.
Hey, can Kiko roll a stealth check?
I knew you were gonna tell them. I knew it. I knew it.
Oh yeah. Kiko set this up. Kiko's gonna find out how this goes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just so you're not surprised what she says next. Yeah, she is a really nice gal.
I think I had a stroke. Could you say that again?
She really is the Kinku. She's really nice.
She is, isn't she?
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it.
No, Nova thinks Kiko's a girl. Wait a minute. Nani the fuck? Shoto a minute.
Yes.
Dominasari. And other such weeaboo angering phrases. Nani?
Don't worry about it.
We're just going to parcel this for later shit posting.
So, where are we going?
Well, as an old song my father used to sing on dates, meet me in St. Louis. There's a very nice restaurant. I was advised to over in the section of town. It's called Louis. I was hoping to take you there.
All right. She's gonna pick you up, and she's going to hug you tight, and put you back on the ground, and hold you by the hand.
Landrin casts suggestion on himself.
Okay.
Right, and he's going to take her hand and, waddle forth.
Alrighty. So you guys head to Louis. So once you guys get to Louis, it's this fairly decent-sized restaurant, and on the inside, it's got it's kind of like got a diner-like appearance, but a little bit fancier than that. Nice round tables, plenty of people dressed in fairly decent clothes, and behind the counter are a set of dwarves, all who are moving around quickly, cooking up stuff. They all got like those net things around their beards. And they're all kind of singing a merry tune, and there's a gnome waitress waiting at the entrance. There doesn't seem to be a long line, though there does seem to be very full on the inside.
Landrin is going to waddle on over to the waitress and give her a bright smile. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Is this your mother?
I'm a kobold, ma'am.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No need to be. It's quite the humorous misunderstanding.
Nova, let's go over your hand. And she kind of turns serious mode and merchant mode. We'd like a table for two, and we would also like some of your best wine. Well, we don't have a lot of wine. That's why I said your best. Did I stutter? No. We could get that table for you right away. Thank you very much. And the gnome hops off her desk and runs in. And after about a minute, comes back. Says, I got your 2 menus and I got your table. This way.
Lindgren is going to take her hand and escort her, very gentlemanly-like, no matter how ridiculous it looks, to the table.
Alrighty. And she gracefully allows this to happen. So you guys get to this nice square table. It's very, it's got a nice, what do you call that? It's like that drape that goes over it. A nice candle in the center. Wax candle. And it's got a nice spice scent to it. Think of it, what would you compare that? Think of it as kind of like that smell in like an Italian restaurant.
I love that smell.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, but fuming from a candle. And you both sit down at the table. You with a chair specially designed to heighten you up.
Wait, is it a booth or a table, and are there chairs?
It's tables, there's chairs, and they have a table that you guess is probably used for gnomes as well. It's kind of like a high chair, but not as
He's going
babied.
He's going to pull her chair out for her.
Alright. She's going to take it. And I assume you take the high chair.
Yes.
All right.
I could use my floating disc, but no showing off. Yet. Okay, what's the menu look like?
The menu is just a couple of scrolls that kind of roll out. In fact, it's enchanted, so the more you roll out, the more it shows. But it looks like it would only roll out to be the size of a standard like printer paper. But the roll continues to extend, so you can see more and more of the menu. So theoretically, it just stops until you reach the end of the menu.
So, do they have popcorn shrimp here?
What?
Do they have popcorn shrimp here?
No. What they have for an equivalent is popcorn crustacean.
Oh. What do their sides look like?
The sides are included with the equivalent of a form of a breadstick, stuffed with cheese and topped with some garlic butter sauce. Included with that, they also have on the side a nice tomato sauce, not ketchup, more renowned, but mixed in with some other stuff, including peppers and spices. And for entrees, outside of that, they have a laundry list of options, some meat dishes, some sea dishes, and some bird dishes.
Mm. Do they have rotisserie chicken?
They have an equivalent, yes.
He's going to get that with lemon.
Alrighty. I feel like I'm a waiter right now.
Thank you. I'm glad I managed to get that feeling across for you.
Alrighty.
I wonder what Miss Nova's gonna get.
So Miss Nova looks through the menu and orders the large mutton steak with naga tendrils on the side for a side dish, kind of like her fries.
Jeez, you're making me drool.
And yes, you know what a naga is, right?
I know what a naga is. I'm just okay.
Think of it as kind of the equivalent of like squid tentacles that people eat.
Oh.
And she's also going to get a pile of raw steak cubes.
Oh gosh, this is really good.
Oh no.
And she also orders from the gnome waitress a bottle of their finest wine. Just repeating it one more time.
Please, I can only get so erect.
So the gnome waitress grabs both the menus and hops off to behind the counter.
Just to ask in advance so I can beat her to the check. What were the prices on the menu totaling up to?
The roughly totaled up to 10 gold.
Behind his back, Landrin has his little mage hand, like shifting 10 gold into a sack, a teeny little sack.
Alright.
Perfect.
Give me a second to type something out for my own notations.
While you're doing all this, Miss Nova leans forward, puts her head on... She puts both her elbows on the table and puts her head bracing it on both her hands. And she goes, "You know you're adorable."
I didn't know that, actually. My self-image is one of the things I'm working on improving upon.
Well, you are. And just so I'm clear, I don't mean cute as in, little, small cute, but handsome.
Now it's Landrin's turn to blush. It really looks weird because his scales look like that due to a bunch of alchemical burns. Oh boy. Thank you, Nova. This is the first time I've tried something like this. It's gratifying to see the very least an honest try is going well.
Well, In my life, I haven't had many opportunities for any kind of romance, other than being hit on by people like Angus. But I usually shrug that off, but actual romantic pursuits never really show themselves to me.
I'm an incredibly unorthodox creature, I assure you.
Well, unorthodox isn't always a bad thing, and in this case, I'd say it's one of your greater qualities.
You should meet my father. Oh boy, that's... Actually, if this all goes well, you probably would meet my father.
Speaking of, when you spoke of your father before, I got the hint he wasn't exactly a kobold you were referring to.
No, he's a Nazimar.
Her eyes kind of widen.
You know, for the longest time, I thought he was a human. I just thought he was shiny. You observe my scale color. Like, this isn't natural. This is all alchemical burns. Like, accumulated over years of lab accidents. Like, I always just kind of figured he took a bath in some nope juice at some point or something or other. But nope, Azimar.
That is a unique parental figure.
I think that the truth in that statement comes more in the individual itself than the fact that he's Nazimar. It's more of a tertiary detail, honestly. He'd probably be a weird, if caring figure regardless. Personally, I found a great deal of people, it really does come to the individual more than the, what you get isn't always what you got at first glance.
Well, the world would be very boring if that was the case. Like example, my first impression of you was that you were like any other kobold. Sneaky, maniacal, likes to steal things. Sorry about that, by the way.
You should see me behind an alchemical set. I am incredibly maniacal.
But not the kind I'm used to. Which I appreciate.
Well, you should have seen it. Like, for instance, he pulls out the spell book from his teeny little pack he was hiding. Like, for instance, like, when we were in the catacombs, we defeated an enemy mage. Apparently Kiko was being blasted at with fireballs, as you heard, by several more, but only one dared face us all upon Kiko's return. But like when we beat him up, I took his spell book, and for instance, learning the secrets within. I was cackling like a madman earlier.
She kind of chuckles. To be honest, I've had a similar interaction. One time, when I first joined the caravan with Argo back in the day in the Southern Isles, someone got a little cheeky with me. And he tried to steal from my stand when I was trying to sell some fresh armor, and, well, I broke his nose. And as payment for the stress, I took all the gold on him. I wasn't exactly shy about doing so, though.
I mean, when you've gotten to the point where hands have been laying, a lot of societal conventions fall to the wayside.
That is true. As you guys are talking, the food arrives.
What is that heavenly smell? Oh, it's the food. Oh, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. And the gnome hops away after giving you guys food. And Nova doesn't even... she kind of grabs the steak and with her claws rips a part of it off and throws it in her jaw. Kind of old school predatory style.
Lantern is just absolutely dissecting all the meat off the bones and then starts eating the bones. There's a very loud crunching. His jaw is a lot stronger than it looks.
Hers sounds like a snapping of like a crocodile mouth.
So,
heck yeah. Weird lizard eating habits.
I have a question.
Are you
What?
asking if I'm going to send wine to the weird bird lady in the corner? Because if I notice you, I am.
Oh no.
I would have to make you roll a perception on that one, Landon.
Nah, it's funnier if I don't know she's there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. So, Kiko's not like, Miss Nova. Like, Kiko's like sitting behind Miss Nova, by the way. Like right where Landrin can see her.
Ah. So yeah, Landon, roll me perception with advantage.
Ta-da, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. 18.
Yeah, you can see her
Yeah. Kiko's not trying to hide herself.
in all her feathery goodness.
You see her sitting there with a smile on her face. She's gonna like tap her forehead real quick.
Wing woman. Literally.
Mm-hmm.
Landrin is so nettled right now. Unspeakably nettled.
Alright, hold on, let me roll perception for Nova, see if she notices.
That's all on the inside.
I was like,
Alright, so Nova rolled a 19. So she notices you, Landrin, look behind her, and she quickly, like, snaps her head around and sees,
Kiko's gonna look away. The second that Kiko sees Miss Novary moving, Kiko's gonna like look away and just hide her feathers.
roll a stealth.
Or sleight of hand, I suppose. I guess neither of them really matter.
I'd say it's just a general stealth roll.
Stealth roll.
Sleight of hand is when you're hiding an item or sneaking away an item. Stealth is hiding yourself. Okay, Jesus. Alright, so somehow you just perfectly, like, you're just perfectly out of her sight. Huh? What are you looking at?
Our mutual friend was checking in on us.
Oh. She stands up,
You know-
and goes to your side of the table. Well, let's give her a show.
Oh no! Oh no!
You know, it's
Alright,
a fascinating
so
story. I
The
wasn't even aware that I was being put on a date until several minutes after she got back. And I'll tell you what, like, it's
before you can finish,
It's a good
she
thing, but it's,
grabs you by the head and she does the equivalent of a lizard kiss. Which, just because my imagination doesn't want to go there, I'm just gonna say is like the equivalent of just a kiss. I'll just say a kiss. Let your imagination fill in the blanks.
You hear a very distinct whistle from in front of you, Lantern.
I'm just gonna roll something really quick.
What a bitch.
17. How good of a kisser would you say Landrin is?
Very. You return it back with tongue action.
Oh no. Oh god.
Yeah. Let's go.
Alright, while you're enjoying that, the gnome waitress comes up and goes, so, would you two like the check?
Landrin is mage handing his little bag of 10 gold to her absentmindedly.
Alright, so she grabs it and says, thank you, runs off. And at this point, Snova picks you up, like, princess style, like, still kissing you, and escorts you out the door, down the street, and to her carriage.
You're just gonna watch with shock at this point. Like,
This is
What?
what you have wrought.
what happened? Bro,
You're the
I
best
just got-
wingman ever.
Bro,
Wing
I
woman,
just-
excuse me.
Bro, I just got whiplash from that. Like, damn!
Small
Oh.
side note, there's There's 5 silver pieces extra in the pouch as a tip for the nice normal lady.
Alrighty.
Woo! Bro,
Only
Kiko just
remember
got
tip.
Kiko just got whiplash from that. Like, damn. Oh.
Alright.
There's a really good Persona 4 Golden clip if you spend the night with your social link that just says, and they collected stickers all night. I'm looking for it.
I will, since I already told you guys at the beginning of this campaign, I don't go too in depth of your nightly activities. I will leave it off as she throws you in the back of the carriage, closes the drapes, and strips, and you see 2 orbs of happiness, and you feel the happiness all night long. And to add to your imagination, her tongue extends extensively.
Why did... Pico! Ton!
Yes.
I will say for a size difference, I kind of want to make you roll a damage. But I'm not going to do that. I'll say she has good technique. Knows how to work with the... that was about to sound wrong. Knows how to work with your size.
Keep going with that. As well.
No, I'm good. I'm good. All right.
I was not expecting this because no one took Bard.
What is everybody
You know
else doing
what?
during the night?
No, gentlemen, you know what? No. Only you can return fire. Landrin is going to take a scarf, and he's going to tie his own snoot shut.
So you don't moan?
Yes.
Okay, I'll note it.
No, you want to go? Let's go.
Alright, so that carriage is shaking all night, and there's no no horses or oxen moving it, so why is it shaking? What's everybody else doing during the night?
Kiko's gonna pay for her meal.
It's already been paid for.
No, Kiko bought her own meal.
Oh, okay, bought for your own. Okay.
Yeah, Kiko's not just gonna loiter.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I would have stopped at... I would have made 2 stops before I made it back to the inn. I would have stopped at the manor to inform Sasha of getting all of the hunters and the other guys properly buried over by the well. And then I would have stopped at Ms. Novary's to pick up the spell book.
Alrighty. By the way, Kiko, just minus, says just by yourself, 5 gold.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I'm also gonna do the 5 silver tip.
Alright. Just subtract that from your amount.
Already did.
Alright, so Dakota, you head to Miss Novary's shop, which actually was hit by one of the artillery fire. So there's a giant hole in the roof. But what you find that's interesting is when you enter, the tree caught the projectile like it intentionally grabbed it. This large branch just has this crushing hold of it. You can see there's singe marks around where it grabbed it. But you enter.
I'm gonna look around, be like, like I'm assessing the survey, and then I'm gonna walk up to the tree. I'm gonna pat the tree and be like, "Good tree," and then I'll walk behind the
Okay.
desk.
As you tap the tree, a chunk of it opens up, and a sleepy little girl, by the looks of the initial appearance, walks out with this long cloak on, like oversized clothes, like sleeves and stuff. Miss Novary? She looks up at you. She's like 3 foot nothing. And
It's a nymph for a dryad.
And as you look on closer look, her skin is like a light purple. Her eyes have this like leaf color shape to them. Very bright green, piercing green. And her eyebrows and her hair have leaves growing out of them. And in her hair, there's some roses and small other flowers blooming in some of the... Her hair is trailing back into the tree. Like, very long. But the hair itself seems white. Are you an intruder?
No, I am not. Miss Novery is currently in the care of the hospital, and in the current times, we require a specific service from Miss Novery. She had said that she would require her spell book, so I came to retrieve the spell book for her because the doctors are not letting her leave the hospital as of this moment.
Is Mommy gonna be okay?
She is going to be just fine. She should be home in the next 2 days or so, and she should be fully recovered by then.
Okay.
So, could you do me a favor? Could you show me where her spell book is, and then I'll see you off to bed for the evening.
You
And
know
I'll
where
be
her
back
spell book is.
tomorrow. Just bear with me here. And then I'll be back tomorrow to make sure that everything's okay still in the shop.
Okay. And she points towards the front desk. Underneath there's a secret compartment. That's where her book is.
Do you know how to operate the secret compartment, or is it relatively easy?
I don't know.
All right,
Oh
well,
no.
I'll take a look at it, and I'll see if I can figure it out. If not, I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll figure it out.
Okay.
So hurry off to bed.
She like rubs her eyes in the sleeve, and she kind of walks backward, and the tree opens up again. And as she waves goodbye, bye, and the tree
Bye.
closes slowly.
We're wrapping up the session now, Mom.
Man, this woman, Miss Novery, is just a constant surprise. As I say to myself as I walk over to the checkout, the counter, see if I can figure out this thing. So I would like to investigate this alleged secret compartment.
Alright, so roll me investigation. Ooh.
9.
So you feel under the desk for a second, and then you feel a sharp bite. Take 2 points. Let's say take 1 point of. What would that be? It's a bite, not bludgeoning.
Piercing.
Ah, yeah.
Piercing.
Yeah, piercing.
Take 1 point of piercing damage. And as you yank your hand away, at the end of your hand is a small rat with a collar on it. And he will not let go.
Is there a name attached to the collar?
You look closely, it's written in the Drider language, which is partly influenced by Underdark. Is that one of your
Which
languages?
I do not have. I do not understand that. I will. All right there, buddy. Try not to bite me again. I'm just gonna gingerly put him down on top of the desk.
He won't let go of your finger.
All right, so this is how this is gonna happen. Okay. I am going to deal with this, and I am going to continue to search, regardless.
Alright, so as you reach down with your other hand, he bites again, harder.
Let me have permission to be here.
Take 1 more point of piercing damage.
Man, I got nothing to deal with this. Okay. I'm gonna look at this thing and be like, look, Miss Novery sent me, alright?
I'm just here to get the spell book because, you know, she was too busy saving the town and she's hurt and she's injured. Come on, man. Cut me a break here. All right? Please.
Pervert.
And I'm like arguing with this rat.
He says,
Get hold of the rat.
you hear from a muffled voice on your finger, pervert.
I mean, do you want me to take you to the hospital so that you can see her?
That would be
Is this-
acceptable.
Fine. All right. And I make my way to the hospital because I just have no patience to deal with you, rat.
Keep in mind, he is still attached to your finger.
Yeah, I know. I know he's attached to my hand, so I'm walking into the hospital with a rat attached to my hand.
Alright, so you go to the front desk, they see the rat, and he's like, huh? Can I help you?
This guy's, yeah, he's here to see Miss Novery.
The rat?
Yup, he is.
To see a patient.
Yup, you heard me right.
By chance, were you a patient at some point? Perhaps in the psych ward?
No, I was not. However, this contract that I have proves that I'm not. Anything else?
I suppose not. Go ahead and head down.
It's magical means. There's nothing I can do about this thing. It wants to see Miss Novery. It's Miss Novery's rat, so I gotta take it to her.
Well,
If not, it's not gonna let go.
very well, but if she's asleep, you're to leave the room immediately.
I understand and I will respect that.
Very well. Head downstairs. Alright, so you make your way downstairs. The rat's still holding on. If she's not down here, I'm gonna bite harder.
That's fine. I get it. You're just doing your job. But seriously, man, you're wasting time.
Alright, so you enter the room, and Miss Novery is awake, but she's reading a book.
Miss Novery, please, will you tell this rat to let go so that I can get your spell book for you?
Oh, sorry about that. I forgot he was on guard. Midas! And he lets go and runs up to her. I did my job, Miss
Oh,
Novery.
yeah, I wasn't lying.
It appears you
Well,
were...
release him.
It appears you were truthful. Apologies, Tiefling. Allow me to heal you. And he jumps off her hand, runs up your leg, and he licks the damage. Take both your hit points back. As your skin just heals up.
So, while I have you in private, is there anything I should know? Is that additionally booby-trapped?
No, I just had Midas. He likes to call it guard duty. I just asked him to watch it. Miss Novery, I take my duties very seriously.
He said duty.
I'm sure you're wondering what the story is with Midas. Short version is, you know how my people came from the Underdark, correct?
Actually, I do not.
Well, my people came from deep into the Underdark, the undercrust of the world. My tribe in particular came to the surface. However, we had no way of knowing how to get here. We needed guides. At first, we were hoping a human would one day come down and gently guide us, but no matter how many times we attempted to communicate, well, we failed. We didn't know Common. It took me many years to learn it. It's very different from Underdark. But we did encounter a unique species of rat down there. Well, to call them rats might be insulting, actually. But Midas is one such of their species. He's the very reason I'm still up here, and he's my oldest friend. He's as old as I am, if I'm understanding. Indeed, Miss Novery. And he kind of salutes.
Well, it is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, Midas. I'm thoroughly pleased to hear that you take your duties quite seriously.
I have been taking my duties seriously for the last 10 millennia.
It is a most honorable profession to be a guard. So I would like to say thank you again. I do have one question though.
Death I still serve.
The Dryad.
Miss Nordred looks kind of surprised. Dryad?
Are you not aware?
Miss Nordred, he did see her. The deception is not necessary. Oh. That's Tina. Well, that's the name she chose anyway. I raised her from a seedling when she was gifted to me many years ago, not knowing what she was. It was many years before I realized she was, well, a dryad. She grew from a small plantling to humanoid form, and then around her she grew that large tree. She calls herself my daughter, and I like to think of her as my daughter sometimes, but keep in mind she's looked that young and been that young for the last 200 years.
Oof, what I wouldn't give to look that good at that age. I'll be nothing but bones and dust by then. Regardless.
You seem to look plenty handsome now.
Well, there are many years. Many years. It's taken a long time to look this good. But I thank you. But not as good as yourself.
Yeah.
But again, the evening is getting on late, and I should let you rest. So I will go and collect your spell book for the evening, and we will be back tomorrow.
I appreciate it. Midas. Yes, milady. Could you please keep Tina company while I'm not available for her? Indeed. I will protect her and the shop. You can just rest, you know. If anyone tries to steal anything, I can easily hunt them down and eat them myself. And she just gives this, like, grin. And this genuine sweet grin. Like, she doesn't at all see what she just said is any kind of menacing.
Would you like me to check in on Tina tomorrow, before we return?
She kind of lights up a little bit, happy. If you could, I'd greatly appreciate it. One of the things she
But of
needs
course.
most is company.
I will do the best I can, and I will keep this from the rest of my friends. This doesn't seem to be something that they need to be made aware of.
Well, I try and
So
keep
I
Tina's identity to a minimum. Dryads
So
aren't welcome in Nordred like they used to be. It's a long story, but...
I will speak nothing of this, and I will make an appearance first thing tomorrow morning, under the guise of acquiring the book. So, Midas, if you don't mind, have the book prepared for tomorrow morning when I come by.
I shall indeed, good sir.
Thank you.
And you see him
and
jump up, and you hear a and, like, out of nowhere, he bursts into a black smoke, which suctions back in and disappears.
You know, if he could have just teleported us here in the first place, this would have been much easier.
She kind of giggles. It's not his way.
Well, I bid you a good evening, my lady, and I hope you rest well and enjoy your moment of solitude with your book. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening.
And I head out to the inn to just relax for the evening. I'll probably get drunk and eat.
Alrighty. So I'll just say, if you're buying food at the drink and food at the inn, I'll say 50 silver if you get a basic stout and some basic food.
Ooh.
Oh no.
And it's 100 silver to 1 gold, right?
Yep.
Because I gotta make change here. Alright, cool. Thank you.
Lantern didn't even need to deploy his disco ball.
What a shame.
Someone comes into the inn at some point and goes, "Guys, I swear I hear a monster out in the street." Alright, lad, what's it sound like? Well, come listen. Some old guy follows him out in the street, comes back in laughing, holding the young lad by the shoulder. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Get this, lads! And the whole bar looks over. This young lad thinks the rockin' and a shaking over there in the carriage is a monster. And one drunk guy goes, "Yeah, I call that a monster, alright. A monster of a good time." And everyone starts laughing. And one particularly drunk lady, drunk lady opens the door and goes, Give it to her, son! You got this! And she kind of almost falls over drunk while one of her friends picks her up.
Oh, jeez. I feel like this is where Kiko comes in. It's just like stepping over the fucking person who just fell on the ground. He like looks around again and sees Decoria, like walks up and sits on the bar, like next to him. Well, my job is done.
Is that what the rocking is? Ah, good on you. Good for helping him.
Yeah. Hell yeah. It was all in Lantern's hands up at that point. Once they met up, it was over. That's the only way tonight could have ended. You can congratulate our boy whenever he gets back.
Well,
He may be
he'll
out of
probably
stamina.
Yeah, he'll probably be back mid-morning. I have an errand I have to run first thing in the morning.
Alright.
So,
Meanwhile,
Alright, so
Dang.
how much longer does everybody have for the night to play?
I would like to go purchase dinner so I can cook it and eat it. Would anyone mind calling it here?
I'm down. Yeah.
That's why I'm
I'll
asking.
say, real quick, Belisarius, what are you doing tonight?
Oh,
I
in
assumed
terms
you'd
of like
be in.
the in D&D. Oh, I was gonna as soon as we had like somebody asked, I was gonna say I was gonna go visit Ivan before it got too late. See like. If things
Well,
are-
like I said, the merchant district is kind of shut down.
so
Given
it's
the
just
restraints.
shut down. Okay.
And you could go, we can play that out real quick. You can go, let's say you go there and knock on their shop door.
Let's see, Ivan might make an exception for us. It's possible.
It's it's a business venture. I want to make sure it's not like destroyed. Like it's not like
Alright.
that's all it is. It's just me visiting, seeing what's
Alright.
up.
So during all the rigmarole, you head to Ivan's shop. And you knock on it. And you hear, "Who's there?"
It's me, Ballistarius, just coming to check in.
And the door opens and it's the redheaded lady. Ivan's wife. Oh. You're visiting right now? She looks very confused.
It won't be long. I just wanted to see if you and your shop made it through the disturbance in relatively one piece.
Well, other than one wall getting busted in by debris, we're mostly intact. If you're worried about your invention, I can show you where we're at right now.
That would be good.
Right. So she welcomes you in and brings you to the side workshop area, which is closed off, but the inside of it's still visible. So he was working all day before the attack occurred. He joined the fight, and as far as I know, he did get taken to the medical facility after getting his arm sliced. Not sliced off, but he's got a large gash. I visited him earlier, but they asked me to leave while he rests. It's rather stressful. But as for your project, and she shows you a large circular tube, metal tube. Now, as far as I understand it from how Ivan explained it to me, he's discovered a firing mechanism. So on the end of this long tube, there's a hole, a small, really small hole, like needle-sized. And she grabs this other metal object. It's a T handle. You know what that is? So basically, with your thumb and index, you grab one side, and with your pinky and ring finger, you grab the other side. And in the middle, between your ring and middle finger, is what projects out of the object. So a T handle.
Okay, so it's kind of like a lever,
Kind
of pull, and it lowers down fuse.
What it is so she demonstrates. She says, thankfully there's no powder in it right now. What happens is, once you load in the metal projectile, and she has this large metal ball, for example, she rolls it in here. There's a pile of powder at the back, and to ignite a spark, there's a metal. Well, this end part is hollow, and you spark the metal at the back by quickly. And she pulls back the handle and then thrusts it forward hard in the tube, and you hear the spark. And if there was powder in there, it would project the metal ball forward. It's unfortunately got quite a bit of kick. Ivan only did one shot test and he nearly blew his arm back. But it's the current process.
See. So this is the current prototype, huh?
Indeed. It's very early on, though.
Alright, so I assume that we will leave it to continual development and get in touch with you when it is more complete.
Well, indeed. We'll be all too happy to receive you once we have a finished project. Or at least one that's more usable.
Excellent. And was there any progress on the grenades, like the little metal grenades?
Actually, Ivan quickly finished those. Gotta give him credit. She brings you over to where there's this table where there's a large tarp over it, thick cloth tarp. But you can see round bulges all across the table, and she dramatically whops it up. And there you see 22 metal grenades with fuses, proper fuses sticking out the top.
Good.
Ivan spent hours shaping the proper circular containers in the forge. Once he made them properly hollow, he then filled them with the powder and sealed the top with only a single small drill hole that was only big enough to fit this fuse. He did one test. He had to go outside the city briefly. It was right before the siege. Gods bless him, he got back in before it actually started. But I heard it from here. It was a very large bang. So, as far as I know, he's deemed these finished.
Excellent. So I'm assuming a number of these you are planning to keep and sell. How many would we be able to take to try out in actual combat?
And according to the percentages differences, and this is where she goes pure serious mode, according to the percentage differences, according to our contract, you are easily afforded 5 of these. However, the rest belong to the shop, and we will be selling them.
Excellent.
Are you taking all 5 now?
I will do so.
Very well. I'll have to note it in my book. And she quickly goes behind the desk, pulls out this large, same book that she stored the original contract in. You see her note something like, you can easily understand it was probably noting that it's been the transfer of the item.
Just real quick, you don't have to stop, but I'm heading out now. Like, have fun for the rest of the session, guys.
Alright. We're pretty much wrapping up after this. Alright, so after that, Bill Starius, I assume you head to the inn like everybody else?
Yep. Well, I won't actually go inside. I'm just gonna go outside, get all of my stuff set up, and I will shut down for the night, I guess.
Alright. And someone, I'll DM Landry and let him know. But everybody, as of now, everybody just note that you all have the equivalent of a long rest after this, because we're going to pick up the next morning.
Do I, though? Do I really?
I would hope so.
Well, I could be mean and say no, but I'll be nice and say eventually, after a long... Actually, I'm gonna make you roll me athletics.
Lynch already left.
Damn it.
But
That was gonna be hilarious.
it is entirely possible that Lantern just doesn't get a long rest.
I'll give him the damn long rest. I'll be nice. Alright, so we'll call it there. Alright, so
Our boy did it.
how do
Our
I
boy
write this
did
down?
He
Landry
did.
Got lucky.
Oh,
Now
yeah.
I'm just working on Miss Novery now.
Hey. Oh,
Lucky.
Sadly, there will probably not be any robot waifus.
as far as you know.
I have my ideas. Pretty much all my notes for the session is everybody is working their own romantic angle.
Well, I mean, this is like the first down episode we had in just back to back to back struggles.
Okay,
So it's
well,
like,
I want to
well,
point
F
out
it.
to all of you that like 4 or so sessions ago, you guys were complaining that like, 2 sessions in a row, no action.
Actually, just so that we're perfectly clear, I was the only one that said that.
Actually, technically you
Nico
weren't,
was
because
the one that was like, "Oh, well, it wasn't hard enough." So
Hey,
between
hey,
the both of
hey.
us,
you
between
both
the both
think
of us,
so. I take the misgivings of my players seriously. I will. It's like, damn, it's just so peaceful. There's barely any action. Okay.
Damn, the action we have just isn't hard enough.
Tempting fate, which is literally that is you. You are fate.
Yeah. Hey. I've enjoyed the past few sessions. They have been damn good. I don't know about y'all, but I really enjoyed this one. This might be my favorite so far.
Yeah, there was like nothing of like, we got a ton of stuff done. We got a bunch of backstory. We got a bunch of other information. We're setting up for the future, and it's like, all right, good. But it was just like, everything just kind of came together into a really cohesive episode. I was like, oh man, this is great. I love this.
Oh yeah. This is so good.
Thank you. I'll take a bow.
Hell yeah.
Oh, and since I'm at it, I got the notes, so I'm putting up the new set of notes.
And I'm jostling down everything. I gotta jostle down.
Also, I enjoyed the fact that you set up the map for us to explore Lady Ruga's house, and we just never did. And we never used it.
Yep.
Oh.
Alright, so...
So just as a question to you guys, do you like the whole every week notes, or do you want me to split it up into week by week?
I mean, I'm fine with every week notes.
Okay.
Like, it is always
Because
a useful
eventually-
thing to have.
Yeah, but eventually the file size will get too big and I won't be able to upload, so I'll have to go on a week to week basis eventually.
Oh, just make a second document.
Okay,
Why
cool.
not? Yeah, like it's like at one point if the file's just too big, just make a second document and be like, hey, this is our notes from.
Also, thanks to everybody on the YouTube front who watches the VOD of this. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll just end the stream now.